Thank you. And thank you all for your patience. We seem to be up and running now. So I'm going to go ahead and call to order the January 28th regular meeting of the Winnetka Plan Commission. Can we get a roll call, please?
Member Poor,
Present.
Member Bloom,
Present.
Member Case,
Here.
Member Van Vlack,
Present.
Member Enck,
Here.
Member Bradley,
Here.
Member Alt,
Here.
Chair Danley,
Here.
and we'll let the record reflect that Member Sabawala is absent. Trustee Orsic, I apologize. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So first up, do we have a motion to approve the December 17th regular meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, minutes have been adopted. So we are going to take public comments for items that are on tonight's agenda later. But do we have any members of the public who are here to speak on anything that is not on tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, do we have a community development report this evening?
There have not been any action on any items that have come here since the last meeting.
Thank you. So we do have two items on this evening's agenda. So we are going to get started with the first one, which is case number 25-28-SU, which is a special use permit request for 225 Sheridan Road in Centennial Beach. I am first, however, before we start this item, going to turn it over to the village attorney to go ahead and describe some procedures for this evening.
Thank you and good evening. For this public hearing, we're going to employ the same general public hearing requirements or procedures that we've used previously. So the chairman asked me to just go through them quickly so everybody knows the ground rules, which again should be familiar. The chairman will swear everybody in who's going to make any statements tonight. Since it's a public hearing, everybody has to be sworn in. The village staff will then present a summary of the application. That'll be by the Assistant Director of Community Development. After that, the Plan Commission can ask questions of staff based on that presentation. Then the applicant will have the opportunity to make their presentation. Following that, the Plan Commission again will have the opportunity to ask the applicant questions. And then we will get into public testimony and comment on the application. Again, the chair will remind everybody that all the testimony or presentations are under oath. Each speaker should state their name and their city or village of residence so they can be recorded for the meeting. 3 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. If there is anybody who's representing a number of different speakers, let us know so the chair can decide how we should handle the timing on that. As always, refrain from repeating comments that have been already made. Chair will allow each speaker to speak one time only unless the chair determines that allowing a speaker to address the Plan Commission again will contribute new testimony or new evidence. Obviously, normal decorum procedures should be followed. All questions from public comment should be directed at the Plan Commission. The applicant will obviously be taking notes, as will the Plan Commission, but then after all that public comment, the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to any questions or comments that are made. Then the Plan Commission after that will have the opportunity to ask any questions of the applicant based on public comment that the Plan Commission still has following the applicant's response. After that, the Plan Commission will kind of close public comment and proceed to its own discussion and deliberation. As a reminder, the Plan Commission is not a final deciding body. Plan Commission makes a recommendation to the Village Board, and Village Board makes the final decision. So the Plan Commission can recommend approval, recommend denial, seek additional information, or recommend approval with conditions. And we'll just have to see what the Plan Commission's desire is with regard to that.
Thank you.
Yep. No, it is not.
Also, I swear people in as they come, as they, like, in mass public
Yes.
comment. Yeah, okay, just the way you said. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and turn the first item over to staff for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair Danley. Good evening, Commissioners. Chair Danley gave an introduction of the application, so I just kind of start digging in here. The Park District is proposing installation of 2 rows of chain link fencing at Centennial Beach to provide an enclosed area for dogs to be off leash, and is before the Commission this evening seeking a recommendation of approval for a special use permit for which the Village Council has final jurisdiction. The Commission's role this evening is to evaluate the special use for consistency with the 6 standards for granting a special use permit, and then make a recommendation to the Village Council. With any development project, there are various types of review by the village. Some are administrative reviews handled by staff, and other reviews involve a public review process. This table summarizes the role of village staff, the advisory bodies, and the Village Council in the various aspects of the village approval process. If a project does not require zoning relief, staff would be able to review and approve the project administratively if the applicant is able to demonstrate that the proposed improvements comply with all building codes, site improvement regulations, such as stormwater requirements, lakefront construction regulations, and steep slope regulations. If a proposed development does require approval of some type of zoning entitlement relief, during village staff's review of the zoning entitlement application, staff will conduct a preliminary review of the project for code requirements to determine if the development should be able to comply with all village codes and regulations. As this table does represent, in notes here in green, I guess you can kind of see it shaded a different color, the Plan Commission will review and provide the council with a recommendation, as I had just stated, regarding the special use permit. The commission is not reviewing the appearance of the proposed fencing. That is the purview of the Design Review Board. Given the property is obviously located along Lake Michigan, it is subject to the lakefront construction regulations in the village code, as well as the steep slope regulations. However, it is important to note that the proposed fencing is not located within the steep slope zone. It is lakeward of the toe of the bluff. The lakefront construction regulations give the village the authority to review and improve improvements along, adjacent to, and within the lake that require permits from the following agencies that are listed here: the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, MWRD, and the Illinois EPA. The review and approval of such a village permit is handled administratively by the village director of engineering in consultation with the village's coastal engineering consultant. The director's review and approval is based upon a set of criteria that are set forth in Chapter 15.78 of the Village Code. The village formal review and approval of such a permit occurs after the applicable zoning approvals, and the regulatory agencies review and approve their respective permits. The public trust doctrine, states Illinois courts have held that the boundary between private land and land owned by the state in public trust is the line where the water usually stands when unaffected by storms or other disturbing causes. This line is variously referred to in many names. In Illinois, it's referred to as the normal water line. So generally speaking, the owner of real estate fronting on Lake Michigan owns the property to the normal water line, and the land east of the normal water line is owned by the state in trust for the public. So now focusing on the site itself. We're all familiar with the location of Centennial Park on the east side of Sheridan Road between Fuller and Elder Lanes. The property is zoned R2 Single Family Residential, and it's also located in the Lakefront Preservation Overlay District. Public parks and recreational facilities are allowed as a special use in the R2 district. Given the subject property remains under public ownership, the Lakefront Preservation Overlay District regulations currently do not apply, but would apply should ownership of any part of the public park or beach become privately owned. The comprehensive plan designates the park as appropriate for open spaces, uses, which includes public parks and recreational facilities, pocket parks and plazas, and forest preserves. The applicant's current use of the property as a park and recreational facility is consistent with the comprehensive plan, land use designation, as well as the R2 zoning district. In the staff report are images of the beach. This slide includes the more recent photos, the existing steel groin on Centennial Beach and the stone groin on the property to the south are seen here in the photo on the right, and the image on the left is looking north from Centennial Beach. These are photos taken in the summer of 2024, obviously showing the beach without the snow cover. The applicant has also included photos in their application materials for your knowledge of the site. The applicant will go into detail, obviously, regarding its proposed use and improvement for the property. I'll just provide a brief overview. The 2 rows of chain link fencing would be 4 feet in height and set back 20 feet from both the north and south boundaries of the beach. Each row would be located at the base of the existing steel sheet pile, the wall, and extend east across the beach into the lake. According to the applicant, the existing beach has been utilized as a dog beach since 1995. Patrons are required to have a key fob to access the beach from the top of the bluff. The proposed fencing would enclose the beach area for dogs to be off leash. Both the north and south fence would have access gates to allow the public to traverse the beach. The applicant does indicate in their narrative in your application materials before you that they are planning for the access gates to remain unlocked and maintain the current key fob system, controlled system at the top of the bluff where you're accessing the beach from the stairs above. This image is more of an up-close shot of the fence along the north, which would extend a total of 91 feet from the base of the bluff towards the water. Approximately 40 feet of the fence would extend from the ordinary high water mark, which is identified here in blue, into the lake. There would be a double access gate 10 feet in width to allow unleashing and leashing of dogs. The depth of this area would be 6 feet. The proposed access gate would be 24 feet from the toe of the bluff and approximately 17 feet from the ordinary high water mark. The image here does represent the fence being 15 feet lakeward of the normal water line. That's what the 15-foot dimension is seen here. As proposed, to walk along the beach from the north end to the south end of the beach or vice versa, a member of the public would need to use the proposed access gates and then walk through the dog beach. The south fence would extend approximately 78 feet from the base of the bluff towards the water. Approximately 36 feet of the fence would extend from the ordinary high water mark into the lake. The double access gate would be 16 feet from the base of the bluff and approximately 14 feet from the ordinary high water mark. This gate is proposed to be 3 feet 3 inches in width, and it would also be 6 feet in depth to allow leashing and unleashing of dogs. Given both fences would extend into the water, it is important to note that the lakeward sections of the fencing, the east 4 or 5 sections, would be removable so that those sections could be removed during the late fall or winter and then reinstalled in the spring. With the adoption of the steep slope regulations, the zoning ordinance was also amended to refine the front lot line along the lake, as well as the front yard setback along the lake. The front lot line is now the ordinary high water mark and is defined as the line on the shore of the lake consistent with the U.S. Army Corps administrative benchmark, which is currently the 581.5. The front yard setback along the lake is now defined as the toe of the bluff or 50 feet from the ordinary high water mark, whichever is most landward. On this site, the front yard setback is 50 feet from the ordinary high water mark. The zoning ordinance does allow fences within a required yard that are no taller than 6.5 feet above natural grade. While the proposed fence would be located within the required front yard at a height of 4 feet, it complies with the maximum permitted height and complies with the zoning regulations. In terms of additional advisory review, the zoning board is scheduled to consider the special use permit utilizing the same standards that you are this evening on February 9th. The design review board is scheduled to consider a certificate of appropriateness for the design of the proposed fence on February 19th. Now, once all 3 advisory bodies have concluded their consideration and made a recommendation, the village council will then consider the request. As I mentioned earlier, the commission is to consider the 6 standards for granting a special use. I will not read through these. They're here for reference. They are also included on page 19 of your packet. So this evening, after hearing from the applicant and the public, the commission will discuss the application and deliberate. Then the commission may, upon a motion, act in one of these 4 manners. And that's up for the board's discussion. 1, you could act on a recommendation on the application this evening. 2, you could direct village staff and the village attorney to prepare a draft recommendation with or without conditions and written findings and determinations for consideration at a subsequent meeting. 3rd, you could direct the applicant or staff to provide new or additional information in connection with the application. Or 4th, which Peter could explain, take any other action or such other action as may be permitted by law. And with that, I have nothing further unless you have questions for staff.
Thank you, Ann. Does anyone have questions for staff at this time?
Can we establish, for the record, has there ever been dogs allowed off leash in this property without a fence?
There has not been a special use permit approved for
But
a
prior
dog.
to that being required, dogs were allowed off leash in this area before there was a fence?
It's been utilized as such. There are leash laws.
Right.
But
Okay.
Yes.
And how does Cook County look at this property? Is it considered a dog park or dog-friendly area?
I could not answer that. I don't think the applicant would be more.
Okay, 'cause the
Appropriate.
regulations do vary based on that definition, so wasn't sure. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, and just a quick clarification. We're obviously all here for a reason. So I think that was summarized as that recreational, et cetera, is permitted as a special use, but it still has to be approved. It has to meet the qualifications, right? Is that correct? I mean, we're all here to look at this proposal for a reason, so we have to go through the process. It's not
Yes.
as if just anything that's park-related gets approved.
Right. The request still has to meet the 6 standards for granting the special use, the proposed improvement itself.
Anyone else? Yeah. All right, seeing none, again, thank you, Ann. We are going to go ahead and call the petitioner up for their presentation. Can anyone who is speaking on behalf of the petitioner this evening, can you raise your hands? So I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony you are going to give this evening will be truthful and complete?
I do.
Thank you. And then just a reminder to state your first and last names for the record, please.
Just a page down.
Or
Oh,
arrow back
forward.
and forth.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the commission, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Hal Frank. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Meltzer, Pertil, and Stell. We have offices at 125 South Wacker downtown and also at 1450 American Lane in Schaumburg. I'm pleased to be before you this evening on behalf of the Winnetka Park District in connection with their request for fencing at Centennial Park Dog Beach. We have put together a detailed presentation for you this evening. Just to give you a brief overview of what our intent is this evening, we're going to talk about the project background and the purpose for the fencing, and some of which we're going to run through, you've just heard described for you by village staff, so some of it will be redundant, but we'll gloss over that to the extent it was already stated. We're going to provide you a detailed history of the Dog Beach. We're going to review applicable laws and regulations, some of which were just referred to. Then we're going to provide a site plan overview, plan for operation. Again, some of that you just heard. We will share with you the current status of the review of the request for fencing by different government agencies and bodies that have regulatory authority over the request for the fencing and the status of those requests. We will also address and provide a little more detail on the public trust doctrine that you just heard about. We will also then review why we believe this request satisfies the special use standards, special use permit standards that you just heard about. That is the essential reason why we are presenting this testimony to you this evening, so that you can make findings of fact that the standards have been met. And obviously we believe that the proposal does satisfy those standards. And so at the end of our presentation, we will ask you to consider everything that you've heard and make a positive recommendation to the Village Council. We have read all of the public comment that's been submitted to the village so far. We know we will hear more this evening. And we've tried to address for efficiency purposes in our presentation a lot of that public comment that you've received. And again, not that you won't hear it, and not that we don't wish to retain the right to further respond to what we hear this evening, but we have tried to take into account the concerns and the comments that have been made thus far by the public. We understand the concerns, and we understand the feelings that people have on this issue, both pro and con. So we're trying to address those. I think it's fair to say that the Dog Beach is and has been valued as a community amenity. Throughout the years, the Park District has confirmed this through surveys and through engagement with the public on more than one occasion. The request before you will do two primary things. It will allow the Park District to operate the Dog Beach in accordance with law, in accordance with legal regulations. It will also allow users of the Dog Beach, both village residents and non-residents, to use the Dog Beach in compliance with law. As you will hear this evening, the proposal for the fencing will not only further public safety, but will also maintain shoreline access and connectivity along the lakefront And as you know from your review of our application and the agenda packet, this request does not encompass any requests for variations from the zoning ordinance. It's purely a request for a special use permit. Again, in terms of the overview of the law, I think everybody is pretty familiar with what we've paraphrased as the Winnetka leash law. It requires any owner of a dog to keep the dog under control at all times, whether you're on private property or public property, and it provides for a fine if found to be in violation of this ordinance of not less than $50 and up to $750 per violation if you are found to be in violation. You also already heard reference to the Cook County regulations. Cook County also has jurisdiction over this issue. The Cook County Department of Animal and Rabies Control, through their Animal and Rabies Control Ordinance, does contain regulations. It's Regulation 8, which is before you right now, and it is defined. It is entitled Dog Parks and Areas, which is why I think when you review some of the public comment, you see reference to both dog parks and dog areas. The regulations of the county do, as is indicated here, they do define a dog park, which is an enclosed area of land where dogs are permitted to be off leash, meaning that if they're not enclosed, they're not supposed to be off leash. The requirements, the county regulations specifically say that no person shall operate a dog park unless they're in compliance with the regulation. And they go on to say that a dog park must be completely enclosed by a contiguous fence, which is in the regs. I think they mean a continuous fence, because that's in other parts of their regulations, with each entrance designed in a manner to ensure against accidental opening. In more detail, these regulations, and again, I'm speaking at the county level, the county regulations do require a fully enclosed facility. Here they make it very clear that it is a continuous fence, not a contiguous fence. The dog park is completely enclosed with a continuous fence and secured entry points to prevent accidental access. You will find in other dog beaches, and there are several other dog beaches in Cook County, both along the North Shore and in the city, that it has been, this provision has been interpreted, and I think it's for obvious and implicit reasons, to construe the lake as a border or a fence. That issue has come up in some of the public comment that's already been submitted to the village. The regulations do require controlled access and health safeguards, clear rules and signage, which this proposal incorporates. The obvious, the requirement is that dogs are leashed upon entry and exit, and they can be off leash when they're within the enclosed area. The operator of the dog park, which in this case would obviously be the park district, must conduct routine monitoring and enforcement policies and allow oversight by the county. And then obviously also they need to keep the park covered, leak-proof. They need to contain within the park, dog park covered leak-proof waste containers that are kept in a sanitary condition. There is also state law that is in effect that's which is called the Illinois Animal Control Act. Again, there is some reference in the public comment you've already received about language in the Illinois Animal Control Act, which talks about defining what it means to be running at large if you're a dog. What I wanted to identify here is that the Illinois Animal Control Act also contains a provision that says nothing in the actual limit in any manner the power of a municipality to prohibit animals from running at large or limit the power of the municipality to further control and regulate dogs in the municipality And as you probably hear often from the village attorney, the village can always do something that is more stricter than state law or county ordinance, and typically village regulations provide that if there's any kind of conflict, that regulation, which is the strictest and beneficial to the village, is what controls. At this point, I would like to turn the floor over to Costa Cutulas, who is the Director of Parks and Maintenance for the Winnetka Park District. He's going to begin by providing you with a history of the Centennial Dog Beach. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you. This evening, as Hal stated, I will be reviewing the history of the Dog Beach as it was established back in 1995. From there, and also note that in 2008, that is when the Village of Winnetka adopted the leash law that Hal previously explained here. In addition to that, in 2009 to approximately 2015, at that point in time, the Park District did install a temporary construction or a temporary row of chain link fencing, as you'll see in some illustrations moving through the presentation, similar in design of what we're proposing here tonight. That fencing was in place for a number of years, and at that point, there was no permits pulled or utilized for that. We put that in place, and it was operational for many years without any complaint. From there, we moved into the master planning for the Winnetka Park District lakefront. In 2014 to 2016, that took place, and at that point, the existing park fence at Centennial Beach was failing due to shifting sands, high lake or low lake levels, and so forth. It was decided to be pulled at that time and to continue on with the master planning with further consideration of a dog beach and consideration of what that might look like in the future. Moving forward from that, the park board did pass a motion in September of 2021 to bring together a dog beach off-leash park advisory committee to determine locations for dog beaches and dog parks in the community. So I wanted to make that note. There was a dog beach committee that was put together with liaisons from the park board and community members to further review the opportunity to look at other locations, in this case other beach locations, as an opportunity to relocate Centennial Dog Beach. After an in-depth study, you'll see the next point here. In October of 2022, the park board took in consideration the findings of that group to keep the dog beach at its current location and to move forward with planning in a way to accomplish the goal of the park district is to be compliant with the Cook County as well as the local regulations on that. In 2023, staff was instructed by the executive director at that time to install the temporary fencing, similar to what we are proposing here today. At that point, we were instructed fairly quickly that we were taking a bridge too far, if you will, and to pull the fence because we didn't have the proper permits in place to do so. So we did that right so as requested. Continue on from there, the park board did adopt back in March of 2023 the ordinance of 596 requiring the use of leashes on Centennial Beach, transferring it from the off-leash dog beach as everybody knew it from 1995 to leashed from that point moving forward. The park board gave staff direction to continue forward with this. So submittals to the IDNR and the Army Corps, those took place for this permit request that's in front of you this evening in April of 2025. We also at that time, a month later, submitted the building permit for the fencing to the Village of Winnetka. After that, the Park District did do a park cleanup, removing some of the remnants from the previous fence from the 2009 to 2015 fencing, as well as some other debris that was in the lake. From there, we submitted a special use application as we were walking through that process this evening. That was done in October of 2025. To date, the Park District has received a approval from the IDNR and a letter to proceed from the IEPA for our permit process. We are still awaiting consideration from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Cook County approvals, and we anticipate those to come shortly, hopefully next month. Project overview, one of the things I want to kind of put to bed, if you will, is the term of a temporary Centennial Dog Beach versus Centennial Dog Beach fencing. When we initially put the application in, we were also going through a special use permit process to further develop the beach as a master plan. So we were looking at this as a temporary in the context of a interim from when we would be able to install it till when that master plan can come to fruition and be built. That was the term of temporary. Now, since we are currently have that master planning on hold, we are looking to keep this fencing in place until further changes would need to be required, or if they are, or when they are, we would then come back for an adjustment of special use and go through the permit process to adjust that plan from there. Also, was covered today, this evening, was the height of the fencing as stated. We're looking at approximately a 4 foot in height, and then offset from the north and southern boundaries about 20 feet. The fence extends partially into the lake to clearly define the off-leash dog area of approximately 15 feet into the water from the normal high water mark as it's observed. Fence project includes the removable panels of the eastern 20 most feet, as Ann indicated earlier, to take place there in the late fall, winter months, so there wouldn't be any damage to the fencing due to ice buildup or damming or so forth that Mother Nature and we see in the winter months. This is also a similar practice to what is done by the Wilmette Park District over at Gilson Beach. Fencing includes beach-level pedestrian access gates, once again, to remain unlocked, to assure continuous access for the beach users. We also include signage at the entry points of the dog beach to alert users of the area and where they're walking into. In regards to this, potentially an off-leash dog area, whether or not there would be off-leash dogs at that point in time, it would still be noted, the users still be notified that they are entering an off-leash dog area, and there's the potential for that interaction. And then finally, the northern boundary of the fence also helps address safety concerns in regards to off-leash dogs wandering onto swimming areas to the north, i.e. Elder Lane Beach. Hence, the reason we put the fencing back in 2009 was to directly address the concerns of safety and dogs wandering to the swimming beach. This photo is from 2010. This is a photo taken down at Centennial Beach. In the background to the back left, you can see the previous fence as it was installed. You can see the outer two most sections as we are proposing here, running into the lake, approximately 15 feet thereabouts, approximately at the ordinary high water line. Once again, you can see in the background there a little bit further past the steel jetty, that is the swimming beach for Elder Lane Beach, and you can see the beachgoers that are there at that time. Here's another illustration. Apologize, we didn't have a lot of good photos from 2010, but this one does show again the fencing as it was installed back in 2009 and ran to about 2015 of that fencing previously. Again, this is very, very similar to what we're proposing here this evening. The distances might have changed because of the sand levels and elevations as the lake changes with its normal littoral drift, but by design, it's very similar. Overall, Centennial Dog Beach, the fencing, here's the kind of reference to the overall park location, the north fence line, and of course the south fence, and then the existing steel seawall. I compliment village staff. They did a nice job explaining this as well. Again, looking at the site plan, the blue arrow and the blue line is the outer limit beyond the normal water line of the 15 feet of fencing that would protrude into the lake. The tan line here is approximately 76 from the seawall. This would be the fencing that would abut from the seawall to the normal water mark or the normal water limit. And then the offset of the 20 feet from the northern property line, and of course, the access gate of 10 feet. Now, the reason that you'll see a differential of the two sizes of gates, the northern gate is put in to gain access to the beach for maintenance equipment, to be able to grade, rake the beach, and so forth to maintain our site. So that's why you'll see that. Why the southern gate is a little over 3 feet wide, that's more designed for pedestrian access to go and continue for the beachgoers to walk south of the Centennial Beach site. Here's a cross-section of that, once again illustrating those dimensions. The outer 15 that would protrude into the lake. The remaining section of fencing, approximately 76 feet during season, and then there would be approximately 71 feet off-season, when the 20 feet or the outer two sections would be removed during the winter months. And of course, the gateway or the gate access area as noted here. Similar to the north, the south is very similar in design, just the lengths change a little bit. Once again, 15 feet in beyond the normal water line, approximately 58 feet of fencing from the seawall out to that mark. And then we have the offset of the south property line by 20 feet. And then, of course, the double entry gate, again, being designed for a pedestrian access gate for beachgoers to continue walking south. Here's a cross-section of that south site plan as well. Once again, reviewing the outer 15, showing the dimension of the winter season of 58 feet, as well as the in-season of 63 feet in total distance of the fence line there. The 20-foot offset for the winter months that we would remove off-season, and then as well as the access points for the gates. Once again, those gates are designed and are anticipated to be unlocked for public access. Centennial Beach parking is another thing that we wanted to touch on. Once again, the existing conditions as it stands with 10 regular spots and 1 ADA accessible spot. We don't feel that there's a change of use because the design of the plan stays the same. So we feel that more than confident that the current parking is more than adequate for the need. The other thing to note is to park there, you have to have a parking pass. Those parking passes are issued to the key fob holders that have access to Centennial Beach. So that does help keep the parking down, if you will, and managed for the site. The dog users, the dog season for Centennial Beach is from April 1 through March 31st, and that runs through the year. And then, of course, wanted to show some averages of what that looked like for users for the community, both residents and non-residents, and what we look at. For a 16-year average, we are looking at about 310. You'll notice in 2024, there's a little bit of an anomaly where it jumps from 2023 from 243 passes to 434 passes. It was identified then late 2023 that the passes from the previous year still were active, so people were still able to utilize the site without re-upping their pass. So at that point in late 2023, before the start of the 24 season, all passes were shut down and new passes were issued, and that's where you're going to see that larger jump in the numbers. But on average, around 310 residents utilize the beach, along with 75 non-residents. As it was described, Hal also mentioned, and in some other notes, that other communities also have off-leash dog beaches. The screen in front of you shows 2 of those off-leash dog beaches. These were also identified in public comment. Sunrise Dog Beach in Lake Bluff, shown in the top photo, is a seasonal operation from basically late May to early September, and that's beach and water access for the dogs. They also issue a dog tag to those residents, and they have a beach attendant to check to make sure that the people who are using the beach are using it properly. Evanston Beach, Dog Beach, as shown in the bottom right, once again is seasonal. They do shut the beach down during the winter months, basically for safety concerns because of the ice and the damming that goes down there. The beach site does include portions of chain link fencing and other fencing that secludes that site to keep it fenced in. Marine Dog Beach in Highland Park, as shown in the top right illustration, once again is a seasonal operation, approximately from mid-April to mid-November, which includes portions of the fence that are chain link, as well as Gilson Beach in Wilmette in the bottom right. Gilson is probably the closest representative to what we're proposing here in regards to it is a year-round operation, beach and water access for the pups, as well as a section of chain link fencing that goes into the water to solidify the separation between that and a swimming beach. Wanted to include a Google Earth image of Gilson Beach as well. I know in the public comment it was suggested that the fencing doesn't go into the lake. In this image you can see where the normal water line is shown with the blue arrow, And then you can see the red arrow showing the limit of the outer edge of the chain link for the dog fencing. Once again, after talking with their staff, they do remove the outer sections as we're proposing for the winter months to not sustain damage. Regulatory review, I'll go through this fairly quick since we addressed a lot of this already. We have received permit from the IDNR, and we have served a determination from the IEPA as well. We're pending permit review from the Corps as well as Cook County, and then of course we submitted all of our permits and requests to the village, and we are going through that process currently. Centennial use review and comments. And once again, to address some of the public comment that was submitted, one of the comments around public safety was addressed in there. I wanted to show our first round of review comments that we had submitted in for our plan package for the construction. We received 2 rounds of comments. First round of comment, you'll see there was no comment, but a statement from John Ripka, who is the fire chief here in town. Emergency access for public safety is unchanged, and the beach level gates will not be locked to allow for traversing along the lakeshore. That we understood, received the comment, and similarly for Brian O'Connell, the chief police, he had no comments. When we submitted back from after the engineering comments, once again, there were no additional comments from a life safety standpoint or fire safety, so we just wanted to kind of note that as well. From here, I'm going to turn it back over to Hal to walk through the public trust doctrine and some other finer points on the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Costa. Again, some of what we're presenting now is because of comments, concerns, issues that were raised in the public comment. With respect to the public trust doctrine, you already received a brief summary. What is up on the screen right now is consistent with what you just heard relative to the public trust doctrine. I'd like to add a few items of detail here. To be clear, what the public trust doctrine says is that the state can't sell submerged land to a private party, but it can permit its improvement with structures such as wharves, docks, and piers that improve the use of the lake for public purposes without impairment to the public's interest. This is one of the reasons we're here this evening. The doctrine, as you heard previously, extends only to the normal water line, and the Supreme Court, the Illinois Supreme Court, has held that the public trust doctrine for Lake Michigan extends to recreational uses, including bathing, swimming, and other shore activities. Based on those provisions, it is based on those provisions that the IDNR did issue the permit that you've heard reference to already. The IDNR, in issuing the permit, their staff, and this is in the public record already as well, they reviewed the Park District's application and concluded that allowing the proposed fencing will not obstruct or interfere with navigation. It's an acceptable encroachment per the Park District Code. It will not impair rights, interests, or uses of the public, and is not likely to cause bank or shoreline instability or other littoral properties. The reference was just made to the Park District Code. What that provides is, this is the specific provisions of the Illinois compiled statutes that the Park District operates under. It's that state law states that park districts which border upon any navigable body of water, the title to the bed or submerged land of which is vested in the state of Illinois, may take possession of, enclose, fill in, reclaim, and protect any portion of such submerged land bordering thereon, over which there shall be shoal and shallow water not fit for navigation. That statute goes on to provide that the Park District can establish, can construct, and maintain parks and boulevards over and upon such land, and all right, title, and interest of the state in into such bed or submerged land is granted and ceded to the Park District, and title thereto vests in the Park District, to be held for the use and benefit of the public as part of said Park District for park and boulevard purposes exclusively. I'd like to now briefly run through, as I said I would at the beginning of our presentation, why we think what you've heard thus far provides the basis for you to conclude that the 6 standards for recommending approval of a special use permit for the proposed fencing have been satisfied. As you've heard, the Dog Beach has already operated safely for over 25 years. The fencing will improve containment and reduce unintended interactions between dogs and other uses of the beach and other nearby Park District facilities. You've received some pretty detailed graphic information in your packet from people who live in the vicinity that have voiced support for the proposed fencing. You heard, based on the testimony that Costa shared with you, that the fencing will enhance public health, safety, and welfare and won't be detrimental to or endanger it, and that the removal of those portions of the fence that will exist for safety concerns will also further other interests of the public. The second standard, that it will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity or diminish or impair property values in the immediate vicinity. The Dog Beach footprint, as you saw, remains limited and defined. The gates that are proposed as part of the fence will ensure ongoing opportunities for shoreline passage. The fencing will actually protect the use and enjoyment of other properties in the vicinity of the beach and the park, including adjacent residential properties and nearby park property, and not be injurious to the use and enjoyment. And again, the Dog Beach has operated for more than 25 years, and I think everybody would acknowledge that property values in the area have only increased over time. This third standard, that the proposed special use will not impede normally and orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties for uses permitted by right in the district. Again, the proposal here for the fencing is consistent with the historical use of the beach, and history confirms that the existence of the Dog Beach for the past 2.5 decades has not impeded the normal and orderly development of residential properties in the vicinity. The fourth standard, that adequate parking and utility facilities will be provided, either already exist or will be provided. Again, you heard Costa provide testimony that the parking has historically been adequate, and it is believed, for the reasons he stated, that it will remain adequate. You have not received any comments about or any concerns from your Public Works Department or Engineering about utility capabilities or any concerns, as you heard Costa say, from police and fire. Standard number 5, adequate access improvements. That adequate measures have been or will be taken to provide ingress and egress in a manner which minimizes pedestrian and vehicular traffic congestion in the public ways. Adequate vehicular and pedestrian improvements already exist. The proposed fencing won't impact those existing opportunities. The gates that you heard reference to will remain unlocked so that people will be able to walk the shoreline as they are able to do right now. And again, there are currently no outstanding concerns about public safety that have been expressed by your police or fire department. Finally, the last standard is to compliance with other regulations. You've already heard that the permit and the approvals from IDNR and IEPA have already been obtained, and the Park District is hopeful that it will be receiving positive feedback from the Army Corps and Cook County next month. All other requirements of the Villages Code are satisfied, and as I said at the outset, this application does not encompass any request for any zoning variations. So this brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. We hope it has been helpful to you in answering some questions you might have had. We first and foremost hope that the fencing is recommended for approval by you because we believe it will enhance public safety at the Elder Lane Beach swimming beach, which is scheduled to reopen this summer. So not only do we hope you act favorably on this request, but that the entire village application process be concluded, relatively quickly so that the actual improvement can be installed, the fence can be installed. Thank you very much. We're happy to entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you. So I'm going to open this up for questions for the petitioner by members. I know Member Van Vleck, did you want to come back with your question from earlier? We'll start with you.
So first, regarding what you just shared, and thank you for the presentation, I'd like to know if there is any record of established issues with unintended interactions between dogs and humans. Is there a record of calls to police or something along those lines that would imply that there's something we need to make a change to make better?
You at the Park District, are you saying?
Well,
Speaking for the Park District, I don't think there is. Is there any historical record of interactions or?
Not at the dog beach.
Or, I can't speak for the village or the police department, but
Okay.
not at the Park District level.
It's just that to imply that it improves the safety if there was no issue seems like conjecture. So I just wanted to clarify in case there is an established issue at the beach area with dogs and unintended interaction. So
Well, again, there is some evidence of that in the public comment that you've received. There is at least one, if not more, neighbors that has provided testimony and some pretty graphic pictures of uncontrolled dogs. And I think there's also it's somewhat implicit by the fact that all these other North Shore beaches that you heard about tonight, they all have similar fencing of some nature. So, yeah.
thank you. And what is the depth of the water at that 15-foot mark where the fence enters into the water? Like,
Sure.
what is that depth?
If I can go back real quick,
Yeah.
in regards to the previous, or the question in regards to the concerns of safety, we are not aware of any documented records where there were dog interactions, where there might have been a bite or a citation or anything of that. There was concerns, and there were, concerns that drove us to put the initial fence back in 2009 in regards to dogs carrying themselves beyond the limits of the boundaries of the dog park and interacting with beachgoers at Elder Lane Park. So that was a concern. Due to the closure of Elder Lane Park essentially from COVID, due to high water levels and the deterioration of the park and safety concerns, that site has been closed for the last 5 years. So it's hard for us to really gain what has happened over the course of the last 5 years in regards to interactions, because that site has been closed, so it's been isolated, if you will, Centennial Beach, that is. So it's hard to compare apples to apples, but previously we did have those concerns. In regards to your second question, as far as the elevation or the depth of water at the end of the 15-foot outset, we would be looking at probably less than 2 feet, somewhere in the range of a foot to 18 inches in depth.
Okay. And then one other question, and I'll let the others up here ask it. Looking at, again, back to the semantics, because it matters here, dog park, there are specific regulations around that. It does require 4 enclosed walls. But it does not say that water is a natural barrier. And anyone who has a dog that's a swimmer like mine knows that that will not be a barrier to a dog going out around the fence. Obviously, we have the pass-through gates, you can get to your dog. But by those standards, to call this a dog park and not even have a physical barrier, we're not even in compliance. Would that be accurate based on what you know? about the Cook County regulations?
So the Cook County regulations, as I indicated earlier, in multiple places uses the word enclosed. It does not define the word enclosed, and nowhere in the regulations or in state law, for that matter, does it say there has to be fenced enclosure on 4 sides. It doesn't say that anywhere. The question is, can the lake be considered part of the enclosure? And as I suggested earlier, I think it's somewhat implicit that that can be part of the enclosure, because the whole point is to, I mean, if you've had your dog or others have had their dogs at the dog beach, part of the fun, part of the purpose is to let them run into the water, and they do. So that, and I will tell you that Cook County obviously also has control over the dog beach at Belmont Harbor. There's one at Montrose Harbor. There's one in Evanston, as you heard. There's one in Wilmette, obviously. These are all Cook County. Their fourth barrier, if you will, the fourth side barrier is the lake.
And I understand, and I appreciate that, but at the same time, we don't follow the same rules that Wilmette does for everything, or Evanston, and obviously Cook County is the overarching guidance here. And that's why I'm kind of landing on this tricky part. If it's a dog beach, it doesn't say that it isn't, it also doesn't say that it is, meaning that the lake is a barrier. And so if we are defining this as a dog park, then by doing so, yes, we're required to have a fence, to have it be off-leash, but we're required to have an established, enclosure, which a lake, I would submit that is not relevant for that as a barrier. But that said, if we are then to not have to be forced to put a fence out into the water, which people don't want that in general, much less one going across the water, are we not then needing to redefine this as a dog-friendly park, which there are not the same legal rules around what that is? And obviously, things may change over time, but we're kind of working with where we are with the rules right now. So I just would like your thoughts on that.
So I've heard the phrase dog-friendly park, but I've not seen any state law, county ordinance, village law that defines that concept or term, dog-friendly park. As I shared with you this evening, Cook County ordinance clearly defines and uses and defines the term dog park. And, based on, I suppose theoretically, to get around the issue you're raising about the fourth side of the enclosure, the fencing could stretch across based on that provision of the state law, the Park District Code. I suppose a fence could also be extended across the entire length of the shoreline if that's what the village wanted, to create that entirely enclosed barrier that you're suggesting. I don't think that's what people want.
I'm not suggesting that that's what anybody would want.
But you're suggesting that that's what comply.
I'm suggesting that if we defined this as a dog park, then that would be required, which I think is not something that anyone within the village would want to have.
Nor the Park District.
For the eyesore and for the upkeep and for all the other things.
Right.
I'm simply suggesting that it's important to determine what rules do guide this, because if we're using the rules as our bellwether of what we are to do, and do we need an enclosure or do we not, we first have to establish what we're actually dealing with this piece of land. Because if we are not dealing with a traditional dog park, if there is some other semantic that it is dog-friendly or whatever the specifics might be, then a fence is a moot point because it's not required. And that is the established argument, that it's required because of Cook County. So that's just what I'm trying to uncover and understand here.
Well, like you, we are looking forward to hearing from the county.
Yeah.
We have not heard from them yet.
Thank you. Any other members who have questions?
Yes.
I have just one
Let's go
quick
this way.
follow-up.
Yep. Oh,
Sorry, just one, because it was the same line of thought that she had. The picture from 2010 with the 2 yellow dogs and the fence that was there in 2010, is that the same exact spot that you're talking about? Or find the 2 Labrador retrievers. There. Is that the same spot for the fence you're talking about?
The fence located in this illustration, the boundary is probably about 20 to 30 feet due south of what we're proposing. We're saying to enlarge it, try to keep it more close to what it is or what it was originally, going a little further to the north. The reason it was installed this way at that time is you can see some obstructions on the water, some log timbers and stuff that has since been removed in our cleanup efforts. So it's, by design, it's very similar, as I stated, and this one kind of shows a good illustration of that as well. I believe there's a laser pointer in here. I could kind of illustrate that. So this area here where the fencing is shown, our fencing would probably be approximately right around here, which is about another 20 feet due north of where it's located in this illustration.
I'll say I was surprised that enlarging it was the direction you were going with this. This would be the biggest dog park on the North Shore.
Well, it would actually be smaller than the previous dog park as we were reducing it by 40 feet. So because they had the limits of the boundaries of the Centennial Park prior to that.
But
or
that was
Centennial
not
Beach.
fenced in. When it was
Correct.
fenced in, it was just at this spot, and you're going to go beyond that. So I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions?
I have a few, so bear with me, please. Hal, you got close to the mic, so I'm going to ask it this. I guess point blank, let's just settle it. Is the proposal for a dog park or a dog-friendly area? I think that's what DFA is. Only because, again, I'll represent that I've seen the term on many Cook County websites and I think in the ordinance. So I guess it behooves us just to know what's being submitted, dog park or DFA.
Well, again, the county ordinance just talks in terms of a dog park. The village ordinance requires that if you have off-leash dogs, a dog-friendly area, a dog park, the village ordinance doesn't define or distinguish between those two either. It just says dogs have to be on leash.
Okay, so just, if it's not, that's okay. I guess as WPD, there's no difference between the two? Is that the position?
The park district's position is they want to be in compliance with law, and they want users to be able to be in compliance with law if they use the facility. Whether it's called a dog park or a dog-friendly area, I'm not sure it matters, because the village ordinance doesn't distinguish between those two terms.
Okay, I think that answered the question. A couple other questions about the factors, specifically, am I still on? Property 2, factor 2, I'm not going to get into the details, but other property, can we say that the lake is another property adjoining this? The lake that would be held in state public trust, is that another property we need to consider?
You can if you want. I don't think that's what's intended with the zoning ordinance.
Same thing for public ways on number 5.
I can only tell you that historically, when the special use is considered in this village or any other village, the reference to impact on surrounding properties is always, not usually, is always the properties that are owned and occupied and used and enjoyed by neighbors.
Okay. Can we get, I think, and I understand, there's some fencing, but can we get clarity that, at least in the Lake Bluff example, there's not a fence there, correct?
There's fencing, there's not a chain link fence.
Not a chain link fence. Okay, I didn't see it in the picture.
Every other dog beach that Costa referred to has some, not 100% enclosure by chain link fence. That's why it said, some one or more portions.
Okay.
But all of them have at least one segment of chain link fence.
Got it. On Gilson, let's use Gilson as an example. How do I phrase this? It looks, is it a dead end on the south side of Gilson?
Wilmette Harbor.
Yeah,
It's Wilmette Harbor, right?
yeah.
So there's nothing to get to on that side of it.
It's Wilmette Harbor.
Okay. And then the other line is to the north of it, I think, is more public park property, correct?
More, the north side's more beach.
More beach. Okay. I just wanted, so we're clear on that what we're talking about, we have that. Again, apologies, I guess you had a couple other ones here as we go to, Costa, this is probably for you, about understanding how this works. So seasonally, how does this currently operate seasonally? And my understanding is that is there fob access, and how long does that continue throughout the year?
We don't shut down the lake unless there's severe weather events, storms or high wave events. The last time we did that was during the COVID months when we had an all-time high lake level and there was a drop-off at the end of the staircase. So right now, the dog beach is open and operational unless it's a safety concern. We don't have a suggested or seasonal usage. It's open year-round for the residents and the beach users to use who have passes.
Totally. You get to my point, poorly phrased question. You have to have a pass year-round is what I'm driving at. In other places where we have a swim season, there's a little checkpoint, but the rest of the year, anybody can use it and walk down. So if you want to go watch the Northern Lights or something, is it currently being operated that it's fob access dog patrons only?
That is correct. I'd like to indicate, though, that there is public access to properties to the north, Elder Lane Beach. Now that is reopened, you can walk down to the beach level there, and you can walk the shoreline from that point. For Cook County to meet the regulations in regards to the vaccination requirements, parasite testing, and so forth, there needs to be a checks and balances for those dogs, for the registration of those dogs. And that's the point that we have established of the point of checks and balances is that key fob gate.
Okay. Going back, can you give us a little more color on the advisory committee? I seem to recall that the village at one point volunteered the village yard, there was Skokie School, Tower Beach, a lot of other things thrown out. And at one point, is that all correct?
So there's a definition for the advisory committee if we're looking at a off-leash dog park, whether greater than the dog beach in the community. The park district took it upon themselves from a large group of residents who came in, don't quote me on the year, I believe it was 2017, they came in and requested a off-leash dog beach for the community beyond Centennial Beach. At that point in time, staff reviewed additional agencies, looked in the areas, reached out to Cook County. We looked at all of our park sites. We found a location of 2 sites that would work for that instance. Coral Island Woods was one of those locations. The second location was West Elm Park. We held planning session, open house meetings at both of those locations to find out that it was determined by the public and the residents, especially the local neighbors, that that was something that was not going to go over very well. At that point in time, the park district did pull back and they tabled the discussion of a off-leash dog park area with the intent to potentially, in the future, work with the Village of Winnetka for a future development of the landfill site. When I say the landfill site, the area just east of the Public Works Yard by Willow Avenue or Willow Road, to look at an area there to develop for that. That was going to take into further consideration through the stormwater process when that project finished up to look at that. Since then, as I indicated here, in 2021, I think it was September, there was a community contingent that came in and requested for the park district basically to reevaluate Centennial Beach and to look in consideration if there's other opportunities. At that point in time, there was a planning team that was put together. There was a a community group that was put together with 2 board liaisons to further research that and review that. Members of one of the village President Rintz was part of that as well. There was discussions with him and our Park District staff as well as the Park District Board in regards to Tower Road Beach. We looked at Tower Road Beach, had its fair share of concerns, one being rip currents and safety concerns for the large beach that it is, along with access, because there is more direct access in regards to the roadway and the walkway. Those are your 2 points of access for that site. So there was more concerns around safety to get down to the site, as well as the uses of the site, as Tower is our main and our busiest swimming beach. That point in time, I think it's stated, let me go back one slide. Oops, I apologize. Here, that in October of 2022, the park board did vote to maintain the dog beach at Centennial, and that's the direction that they gave staff to move forward with. Ultimately, that was where we are this evening with this our new plan in regards to the 2 sections of fencing for the dog beach area.
Okay. Like 3 more, I promise. Was last season fully on leash?
Since the ordinance that took place, Ordinance 596, that was passed and approved in March of 2023.
I apologize.
It
Okay.
has been a leashed dog park site,
Okay.
dog beach site.
And we don't see any dip in numbers, right?
There was one dip in numbers, but I will suggest that we don't enforce the rule of thumb, if you will. It was suggested to make the ordinance and figure out a way to make it compliant versus enforcement.
Well, that's actually an interesting question, I guess. You know what? I'll save that for one more round. That's okay. Yep. The other one was. I think that does it for now. I think if I have anything further.
Great. Since I'm looking this direction, and any other questions for the petitioner on this side?
I'm just curious, do the other municipalities have gates so that people can traverse their beaches when they're crossing over their dog beach?
So Lake Bluff, from what I've seen, this is from the last time I visited, there is a gate that is controlled and secured on the south boundary. That is a split rail fence with a mesh backing behind it that's been stapled to it. That's how they secure the site. And then there's breakwater structures on the north side that don't really permit continuing on. And similar to other sites, as we showed earlier with Gilson Park, the isolation of that site with the breakwaters, there's no access directly next to it or adjacent to allow for that. And similar to other sites as well, they're either secured by boundaries or obstructions where there's water beyond that obstruction where you cannot continue to move forward down that way.
Does anybody else on this side have a question? Petitioner?
I do.
Member Bradley?
Costa, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. I'm not voting tonight, given this will be before the zoning board next month, but I do have some questions that might help. When was the Cook County regulation that you guys cited in tonight's presentation, when was that passed?
I don't have that off the cuff with me right now. Hal, can you pull that information?
I guess
We'll try to
perhaps
track that down for you.
more directly, when was Winnetka Park District made aware that the regulation existed?
So the regulation, as you look back through the timeline, it was approximately 2021, 2022 is when we were identified that we were out of compliance with Cook County.
Okay. So despite the Village of Winnetka having an ordinance passed in 2029 that required dogs to be on leash, the operation of the Centennial Beach as a dog beach, which there was no special use permit for that intended use from its inception to date, including today. You guys operated not in compliance with the Village of Winnetka dog leash ordinance that went into effect in 2009. You did not enforce it, nor did the village, as it moved through the years until 2023, when you guys adopted an ordinance requiring a leash on Centennial Beach, which we all can understand why you wouldn't enforce it. Why would anybody bring their dog to a dog beach if they must keep it on leash? But you put the ordinance in effect to then disregard it. So we've got bordering on 30 years of either negligence and not understanding that Cook County had provisions in place for how to operate dog beaches appropriately, and we simply weren't aware of it and didn't enforce it, and then into the point of actual passing of ordinances, both at the Village of Winnetka level and at the Park District level, but then an active participation in its non-enforcement until today, when we suddenly want to get compliant with it and get serious about safety. Is that sort of where we are with
I wouldn't say that's entirely true, because we were looking for compliance in regards to securing the site back in 2009, when we had the fencing put in place to have the safety boundary to the north, especially where we had a public swimming beach. So that isolated the concerns that we had from beachgoers of Elder at that time for the interaction of off-leash dogs with, basically community members swimming or, public swimming at Elder Lane Beach. So we did identify at that time, and we did put restraints in to stop that or limit that access. We did not hear at that time, at least that I was not aware of. I wasn't in my current role or position with the Park District at that time. I was employed by the Park District, but not in that capacity.
Sure.
So I couldn't speak to that extent, the thought process through that, or the rhyme or reason. I can only speak to the efforts moving from approximately around 2020, 2021, when I got really involved with the process of the lakefront and a lot of the issues that were at hand and addressing them. We were brought to our attention that we were out of compliance. We tried to become compliant without taking the proper steps,
Sure.
i.e. the fence that we installed back
Sure.
in January of 2023. We removed it because we were required to. So then we started through the process as identified in the timeline from the park board to move forward in regards to securing the site. And we've been working through that since that time. So we are trying to do the right thing and work through the proper channels. We were hopeful that our previous plan was going to address these concerns. Unfortunately, we know how that turned out.
Sure.
We decided to pull the special use permit at that time, and once we did pull the special use permit, we started right into this process to make sure we followed procedure and protocol to secure the proper permitting and requirements to do this the correct way. And
Okay.
that's what brings us before you this evening.
But even today, the park and the beach is operational, despite the very fact you just stated that you are not in compliance with the regulations imposed by yourself, the Village of Winnetka, Cook County, State of Illinois. Like, as it exists right now, the dog beach is open. Some Looney Tune could be down there right now, but we are actively promoting and hold open a dog beach despite being in that non-compliant position.
We have signage up that states the ordinance that was adopted by the park board.
Right.
We are looking to make sure that people self-regulate, and if there are issues with that, we can address that.
Okay.
But we have completed and approved the ordinance, and we are looking to take steps to correct this action moving forward on behalf of the community.
Okay.
If I
Sure,
could
please.
also add on, I suppose an argument can also be made that my belief is that in answer to your question, Commissioner Bradley, the county's regulations went into effect in 2010.
Okay.
At that point in time, the dog beach had already been operating, per the testimony this evening,
Sure.
for 15 years.
Sure.
So you could argue that it was a grandfathered use, which is the concept of grandfathering is recognized in many village ordinances. I would also suggest, as you said, it's true that the Park District, to be in compliance, adopted their own ordinance requiring leashes. The village has had their own ordinance, and as you said, it's not just the Park District that hasn't been enforcing it, it's been the village. And what's new, I think, is for all those years it operated without the village saying you need a special use permit. Now the village has said you need a special use permit. And if you go back to Standard 6,
Sure, I'm familiar with it.
you got to be in compliance with all village ordinances.
Okay, good. Can I keep going? A few more questions.
Yep.
To the design, great slide. Leave it right here. What is the need for two gates? I think I understand it, but I'd like your testimony on the record. Why we have two gates that need to be passed through at both the north and the fence line in order to gain access from those lot lines. My presumption is that it's to ensure against the accidental opening, as you stated during the Cook County regulations, but effectively you're asking the public, in order to navigate from the north end of the beach to the south end, to move through 4 gates rather than 2, where today there's 0. So can you just help me understand why the decision was made to put 4 gates in place instead of 2?
A single gate at each end, if you will. Yes.
Or 1 somewhere else?
Sure. So the reason for the double gate is the off-leash and on-leash zone, so a dog cannot run at large or be released from the dog park area. So you would go in through the first gate,
Oh, I
secure
get
that behind you.
But why can't
and
they
then
do
go-
that inside the dog off-leash area? You put your dog, you don't take your dog, since we're relying on people to self-regulate anyway.
Correct.
Wouldn't they take the leash off the dog once they're inside the secure area? Put
That
the
is-
leash on the dog while they're inside the secure area and then leave?
Correct.
Why do we need the buffer zone? To make sure that they understand that the dog has been leashed?
Okay, so that would be the owner of the dog. So say if somebody else who is walking the site, who is not the owner of the dog, is not paying attention, axes that, and the dog runs out, now that dog is running at large. The intent is to have an on-leash and off-leash area so you can leash up or off-leash your dog, in this case, either entering or exiting the site.
Okay.
And that's the intended use of those 6-foot buffer areas with the double gate entry, is so you can enter off-leash and then proceed in, or come out, leash, and then exit without having the ability of an accidental release of a dog or escape of a dog.
Okay, and so you think that the proximate chance and occasion of that happening is worth the downside of having the rest of our population that wants to navigate across that beach go through 4 different checkpoints? in
The
order to
Park
get
District has had the opportunity to meet with Cook County representatives, the director, the deputy director, as well as some of the veterinary staff on the site, walked it. We showed them the plan, the layout. Recommendations that came back is what has been included in the plan design. So
Are these sort of reinforcing double fence setups found in any other beaches in North Shore?
I can't say that they are or aren't, whether the other North Shore communities are in compliance of those. There are, all the other dog parks in the area are double leased entry gates.
Sorry, I just want to make sure. So this is necessary for compliance with Cook County?
Based on based on our review with the director from Cook County Animal Control and the deputy director, yes.
Two entrances.
A secured area to leash and off-leash your pet so there can't be accidental release of a dog from the site.
Awesome. Okay, thank you for that. Can I keep going?
That's common practice in off-leash dog parks.
Thank you, Costa, I appreciate that. What's the scientific or other basis for setting it at 15 feet into the lakeward? Can you just sort of give me feels arbitrary, so I'm just trying to understand how
Sure.
you come up with 15 feet.
No problem. Once again, looking at surrounding areas, looking at what other people have done, i.e. Gilson Park, as well as the depths in what we're showing here, we feel that 15 feet accommodates the need for that directive so a dog can't easily run through it. The dog's length and depth at that 18 inches to 2 foot mark, they would be swimming instead of being able to just run around it. So that was the reason for the distance of 15 feet.
So there's no regulation or ordinance from Cook County, any of the sort of guideposts, signposts you're taking from certain state or other municipalities in terms of how they regulate these bodies or these areas, where that's not defined, you're looking at similarly situated dog parks and areas to get cues of how they do it.
Correct. We're looking at common sense on how a dog would proceed around that, as well as what other people have done that worked successfully for them.
Okay. I think we talked about this. The other beaches in the area are essentially benefited by the fact that they have some awkward positioning in terms of where they've put the dog beach, right? Wilmette Harbor is directly to the south, so they don't have to worry about people who want to pass. They didn't put it in the middle of Gilson Beach, where residents might want to go from the north end of Gilson Beach to the south end. And how would we do that? They put it on the south end, which abuts Wilmette Harbor, so they didn't have the navigability issues that we have. Similarly with all of the other beaches that you guys have presented, the 6 beaches that are in the North Shore, they all have one end of them that's unnavigable, right?
Typically, most of them have a structure or something else that is proceeding as a boundary that you cannot bypass.
Something that could have been achieved at Tower, which again is not before us, but like Tower presented that sort of similar design cue that you'd find on other beaches, right?
In theory, yes, but there is an access drive along the the southern wall there,
Right.
where we would have to install a gate, a double access gate there, to secure that southern boundary, but you are correct.
Okay.
There is a point there. We would have fenced that on 2 sides, the western side as well as the northern side, to secure that site. Here we are utilizing infrastructure, i.e. the steel seawall that proceeds as the western boundary as infrastructure instead of having to install another fence or feature, and utilizing 2 single rows perpendicular chain link fencing to secure the site.
Got it. When you guys amended the Lakefront Master Plan and was unanimously voted on by the Winnetka Park District, it was decided that the dog park shall be no lesser than 170 feet of shoreline, no larger than 270. You ended up at 240 square or linear feet of shoreline in this proposal, which is actually more than Gilson Beach, which has 2 times the residents that we do. I'm just trying to get a sense of why the size was settled on at 240 feet of shoreline as opposed to what minimally was acceptable by your own board at 170 feet. Why was 240 determined to be the appropriate length of this dog park?
So the dog park that you're talking about, 240 linear feet, is not this plan design. That was the previous plan design for our previous proposal for the master planning of the site.
Oh, so
this
what
site
is
is
the-
actually larger than that,
What is this is larger, so what is the size of this plan?
approximately 460 feet.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you give me some justification for why you've exceeded your own?
Once again, the park board direction that we gave was for the limits of the dog beach as they exist to minimally impact that, to put up fencing to secure the site. We heard previous conversations around the distances of people's ability to walk around. So we inset the fence lines to the north and southern boundaries by 20 feet to give the people to be able to walk the beach, the ability to walk the beach without having to walk against the fence and then turn abruptly at a staircase to give them some flow of that.
Sure, okay. But the proposed length of this beach, despite the setbacks of 20 feet, is now beyond the approved amended Winnetka Park District lakefront plan in terms of what would be acceptable at Centennial Beach. Is that correct?
So yeah, so in this concept, this is larger than what the park board did approve. The park board context in that approval was for the site for the ultimate larger master planning. The direction given to staff on this was to be minimally invasive and to try to sustain the size of the dog park for, as I understood it, from the direction of what it was existing.
Okay, but-
So we're looking to try to mirror that existing.
Okay.
Our future planning, as we continue to work through that planning, we will be looking at those limitations as you suggested, as approved by the park board in October of 2022 in regards to those size regulations, and that's what we were looking at in our master planning design.
Okay, but so the size that you've presented here is not based on some understanding of how much room is needed to operate a dog park with 300 or so
There's not a
past
standard
members, like
for
there's no
a
science
dog
for like how to get all those people, if they all came on the same day, how they'd all fit. This has got
There's
nothing,
no
nothing
maximum
to base.
occupancy in regards to how much a dog would take up square footage wise to calculate this out. We have 5 lakefront parks. We have Tower, we have Lloyd, we have Maple, Elder, 3 of which of those are swimming beaches. Right now, Centennial, from 1995 to current, has always been in its entirety a dog beach. We have consideration for future planning to change that, but the request in front of you for special use permit this evening is for temporary fencing as it relates to the design of what it is now to when we potentially would come back with a change, whether
Okay.
that's 2
Costa,
years,
your
5
presentation
years, I
just
don't
said
know.
that you dropped the word temporary,
Right.
and you just said that this is now temporary.
I was referring to excuse me.
It's okay, you call me Matt.
To Matt, in regards to his previous discussion of the other master plan in regards to why we called it temporary. So yes, this would be in current until when it would be changed, whether it's 2 years from now, 10 years from now, maybe never. At that point in time, whenever it is decided of a change, we would come back with a new special use permit and amend the special use as it's been designed for our new plan directive.
Okay. Can you help me, and then I'm going to wrap, because I apologize, I took a lot of time. Can you help me, or how would you respond to accusations that standards 1 and 2 of our special use permit process haven't been met when the plan that you're presenting requires members of the public to actively enter the dog area in order to gain access to the beach, the public lands that you're in charge of maintaining under your mandate and mission as a park district. How do you square the use of the dog beach and the access that you're supposedly providing through the gates when the citizens need to pass through those gates? What if we have a mom and a child who would like to walk, and by the very definition of what we've now approved, they must enter the dog area in order to navigate from the south end to the north end, or the north end to the south end? How do I square that design and that situation hasn't created an injurious, if not a public harm, if not standards 1 and 2 fully blown out of the water? Help me understand how there aren't alternative designs for this passageway that don't include anybody who just doesn't like dogs, terrified of dogs, wouldn't have an obligation to step into a dog off-leash area in order to pass through the beach. Help me with that.
Sure. So the design as it's included, and what we noted in our previous comments, the signage will be included and installed at every entry point to notify people of what they are accessing into. As part of our dog pass rules and regulations that people have to sign off, they have to control their animal at all times. So if there's a need for them to control their animal, for somebody to pass through the dog park, it would be on that owner to control their animal, their dog in this case, to secure it so that passage can happen. So between the animal and the owner having control of their animal, as it's stated in our dog pass holder requirements that they sign off on, as well as the signage to indicate and let people know the access of that site, that's how we are proposing this.
Otherwise, once you see that sign, you realize I can't move forward. If I don't agree that it's safe for me to walk through 5, 10, 2 big dogs that are off leashes, that those owners have control of those dogs, the sign should tell me I cannot pass, essentially.
It's up to the discretion of that individual to decide whether they choose to enter that site or not.
Okay.
And we're not going to have it staffed.
Okay.
I'd like to note that beyond the limitations south of Centennial, approximately eight properties, there's an obstruction there at a residence that will not allow a beach walker to continue walking all the way to, say, Kenilworth Beach.
Sure.
There are many obstructions. I actually have a slide that I can present as well along the shoreline of Winnetka, whether it's boat ramps, whether it's piers, whether it's steel jetties, whether it's drops, revetments under low and high lake conditions. There is a number of obstructions that limit one's ability to walk the shoreline.
Totally.
So,
totally get it. Okay.
Understanding where it is, we
Yeah.
want to make sure we provide this back to the community.
Thank you, Costa.
And if I could just add on to that, you heard Commissioner Bradley at the start of this hearing that the commission has a number of different options, one of which is to recommend approval with conditions.
Sure.
And if the commission was prepared to recommend approval, but others shared your concern, an option would be to recommend approval with a condition that some, to use your word, alternative be considered by the Park District?
Well, I'm not voting on this, but
Well, eventually you will.
appreciate.
Eventually you will.
No, don't worry. ZBA will take care of that for sure. But yeah, no, it's well noted that our commissioners have that option.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks. I'm done.
All right, fantastic. Any other questions for the petitioner this evening? Oh, yep, Member Pork.
I just have one question. When was the statement Sorry, there was a question. There was a statement that of the other 6 dog beaches on the lake, they all have some kind of chain link fence, and then there's a letter that we've reviewed from the public that says of those 6 beaches, there are none that have chain link fences that protrude 15 feet into the water. Is that, do you maintain that is not accurate?
So, if you give me 1 second.
Because this letter has pictures, depicting that while they may have chain link fences, they don't go into the water in the same way that you're proposing.
If we are referring to the same letter, and let me clarify, they all have fencing of some level.
Right.
As Costa said, the only one that doesn't have any chain link fencing is Lake Bluff.
No, but my question is
No, I'm
going
gonna-
into the lake.
No, I get there. And in the letter, I think we're referring to the same letter, that statement is made, and that's why Costa presented this picture and the other picture of Gilson Park, that person said, in that letter, it was stated that their fence doesn't go into the lake. That, I believe, what Costa was saying was, that's because of the time of the year that they were looking at the fence, and that's why he presented this aerial photo. The Gilson Park fence, during the season, goes into the water. So the answer to your question is yes, I think it's incorrect. The statement,
As to Gilson, but as for the
as
other.
to Gilson.
But for
As
the
to
other
Gilson.
5, then.
And I would just say that, if I could, that same letter makes the specific statement. This review of North Shore Lake Michigan dog beaches in Illinois shows that fencing is the most popular method used to separate, confine, and delineate dog beaches from human beaches. That's in that same letter.
But is the answer then is, I mean, is for the other 5, they don't have fences that go into the lake?
According to that individual.
Do you contest that?
We haven't gone to visit them. We've considered Gilson Park Beach because we think it's the most similar and most proximate. And the bottom line is the statement that none of these have fences that go to any extent into the water is just not accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Alan Costa,
you.
for your presentation. We are now going to open this up to public comment. We are obviously pretty far into this meeting at this point in time, so I do have a small request for those of you of the public who are going to speak. As was stated earlier, we are going to have a hard time limit of 3 minutes for any comments. The other thing that I would really ask of you to think about as you come up to take public comment is that we have had a number of very substantive questions asked by members of this board to the petitioner. So if you, I would like for you to take that into consideration as you think about what comments you intend to make. And if you have submitted public comment prior to this that we have read, if you have comments around issues other than that, we would really appreciate it if you would focus on that. Again, we appreciate hearing from all of you based on where we are in the course of this evening, and we do also have another application this evening that we need to get to out of respect to that petitioner. I would appreciate it. So can anybody from the public who plans to speak this evening, please raise your hand. Okay, so do you all affirm that the testimony you are about to give this evening will be truthful and complete? Thank you. All right, so as a reminder, when you come up to the podium, please be sure to state your first and last name as well as the village or town of your residence. In traditional Winnetka fashion, we're going to start here on the right-hand side, the first row.
It's upside down. And we're listening.
Let's try this one over here. Let's just try the frame. I'll just-
Good evening. My name is John Root. I was going to start by talking about 6.8.20, which is, basically your village ordinance in which you're prohibited from having dogs running at large. And you all have really covered this topic. But I will add to this that you're going to go ahead, you're going to have an exception to your ordinance in order to go ahead and improve this fence and, and basically to have dogs running, with people. And that's my only comment on that. To your right, you see a picture there of Gilson, and right here you see the fence stopping at the water line. I photographed this back in October 2024. And I'm also the author of the paper in which you've seen the other 5 dog parks beyond this one. You can go ahead and take a look at Montrose, and the fence stops at the lake, no doubt about it. At Sunrise Beach, the split rail fence is on the sand spit. It does not go out into the lake. At Evanston, you have a chain link fence that's on the groin, and it does go about 300 feet into the lake. At Sunset Beach, again, you have a wall or a fence along the walkway, and there is no fence into the lake at Sunset Beach. So all of the photographic evidence that you see in that paper was taken by me. You can see what it is. I mean, it's just very straightforward. So no, you don't have standalone chain link fences going into the lake by other communities. And I'll just conclude with that. Thank you. Unless
Thank
you have a
Mr. Root.
question.
No, thank you very much. Okay, second row.
Hello, Joanna Karatzis, Winnetka resident. I thank you for paying attention to this matter. The plans for the off-leash dog beach submitted as part of tonight's agenda packet are vague and therefore misleading. The drawings fail to inform the Plan Committee and the public of the breakwater now existing at the north boundary of 205 Sheridan Road, or the south boundary of Centennial, or highlight the existing sheep pile there. Furthermore, the fenced elevations are not presented in context. Had the sheep pile and breakwater been boldly drawn, the benign-looking gap between the thin line representing the fence and the property line at 205 Sheridan would seem entirely hazardous and redundant. The proposed fence is 93 feet long from the toe of the bluff to the eastern terminus of Lake Michigan. It runs into the lake at about 15 feet from the ordinary water line, but that stretch would increase to about over 40 feet should the lake rise to the high water mark. At best, the proposed 20-foot gap would be an unsightly debris collector, and at worst, it would be a trap endangering the lives of people and dogs that might get stuck and battered between jagged rocks, a corroded sheep pile, and an ungiving fence. The lake can get choppy. The need to provide a fence when there is already a pile of rocks at the property line is questionable. The dogs aren't likely to pick their way over the rocks in favor of running and playing on the beach. Drawings are a powerful tool of communication. They should be comprehensive and describe adjacency. In this case, they fail to do so. Therefore, please deny this special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Peterson, longtime Winnetka resident. I'm actually here to read a statement by Mary Garrison, who can't be here tonight. Mary is past president of the Winnetka Park District Board of Commissioners and a past member of the Plan Commission. So she sat in your seat once upon a time. And this is her statement. Centennial Park Beach belongs to all the people for the enjoyment of each and every one who desires to walk, run, or just spend time gazing at the natural beauty. The Winnetka Park District is absolutely ignoring the people's rights, which is not a smart action for a park district. Their duty is to listen to all citizens and not a special group with special requests. The Park District is requesting a permit for a fence which will stop this beach from being in compliance with Illinois Law 615 ILCS 527, which says that citizens should have the fullest possible enjoyment of public waters without the slightest improper encroachment. The beach is for the public and must not be blocked off to them. Of equal importance is that the proposed fence is a safety hazard as it extends into Lake Michigan near extremely large boulders in the water. This is an accident waiting to happen when the water is wavy or when a person, dog, or boater is in distress. Fencing extending into the water is a hindrance to safety, which must be a top priority. The fence is clearly unsightly. It goes against the village's beautiful land identity to mar a gorgeous beach with chain link fencing. In summary, the fence would be ugly, unsafe, and in clear contradiction to Illinois law regarding access to public waters. This proposal goes against the high standards and principles that have always been a top priority for the elected commissioners and staff at the Winnetka Park District. I request that the Plan Commission of the Village of Winnetka deny the requested special use permit for any type of fence on the beach and waters at Centennial Park. Thank you for your dedication to our village. Mary Garrison.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Anyone else from the second row? No? Okay, we're going to move back to the third row. Would anybody from the third row like to speak?
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Hecht. I live in Winnetka. The Plan Commission shouldn't advance this plan at all. It's a very ill-conceived use of village and park district lakefront. There are better ways to handle this issue. What I think the village and the WPD ought to be doing in regard to canine access to the lakefront is to first entirely prohibit dogs from all lakefront property during regular swimming hours. No dogs during the day, basically. And second, allow dog owners, and their dogs, of course, and the public to freely use the entire lakefront, just the beaches, not the park areas, to walk on and run over in the evenings after regular hours for permitted swimming and for the public in general, after swimming hours are over. I have personally seen this regulatory scheme in action at beaches on the Atlantic Ocean in New Jersey, and it has worked very well for many, many years. To maximize the effect of this proposal, of course, would ideally include opening up all the lakefront that is now effectively barricaded by the kind of massive rock jetties that have recently been erected at either end of the Ishbia property. But the proposal I just suggested would work well even if nothing can be done on that particular issue, the issue of the stone jetties. Additionally, there's the benefit that this proposed solution will obviously cost a great deal less than the current Park District proposal, and it won't involve any further environmental degradation, assuming, of course, that dog owners pick up after their pets. So it seems to me that this route, which, based on questions and comments by Commissioner Bradley, seems to be the way that the dog situation has historically been handled anyway, is at least worth a try. Why not give it a try for a year or two and see how it works? It is certainly less invasive than the 460-foot area that's 1 1/2 football fields that we just learned about at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Jude Offerly, and for 33 years I've lived on Fuller Lane. We've had a Centennial Beach dog pass, both fobs and the current one, since late last century. Over the lives of 8 dogs, including our last 6, which have been rescued St. Bernards. In my 3 decades taking the dogs to the beach, I have never seen a dog have an aggressive encounter with a passing beach walker, and any dog spat among the dogs have been immediately resolved by the owners. There is no reason to have a fence to protect humans or dogs on the beach, and certainly not a fence that goes into the water. A fence into the water, however, is a danger to the dogs. For more than 2 decades ago, when the Ewers family lived at 261 Sheridan, they had a 6-foot chain link fence before they sold at the turn of the century, and it was horribly maintained and half the time was lying on the ground. I often wondered where that fence was properly permitted. I suspect not. Over the years, I have seen dogs that really love the water, not mine, plow blissfully into high waves and high wind and bend up on the wrong side of that fence, pushed off course. I've also had one of my dogs, a St. Bernard, who loves the kind of weather we're currently experiencing, go out on the ice, and I had to somehow get her back around the fence. It was a scary moment. As a dog owner, I know my dogs are safer in the open area. I know that none of the dogs have been in danger to other creatures, either human or canine, on the dog beach. So why are we here? The residents of Winnetka don't need a fence, certainly not one that goes into the water. And we've even bandied about the term grandfathered. We all know that there is one non-resident who is hoping for this particular fence. And we all also heard 3 years ago, Mr. Ishbia's attorney saying he was donating $3 million with, quote, no strings attached. This proposal sounds like a really big string. I ask you to deny this application and leave the dog beach open and safe for all of the Winnetka residents and their dogs.
Thank you. Anyone else from the third row?
Phew, that's better. Susie Schreiber. I was a past Winnetka Park District Commissioner, was Vice President for quite a number of years, and also a member of the Winnetka Plan Commission. And I'm a Winnetka Park District resident. In summarizing just a couple of bullet points that haven't been quite addressed, there have been numerous accidents and sadly more deaths along the Illinois shoreline from Illinois Beach State Park down through the Chicago beaches annually, and unfortunately in a variety of seasons and even in good weather conditions. Winnetka has had its share. The most recent 2 happened offshore of Centennial Park. The state of Illinois is openly and clearly lacking uniform recreational Lake Michigan shoreline safety regulations. This situation has finally begun to be addressed by State Representative Tracy Katzmule, Illinois 57th District. Representative Katzmule has put together a strong committee to address the numerous issues facing recreational users of the Lake Michigan nearshore in the state of Illinois, and I believe it was formed last summer. And that's just for your information. Watercraft users and swimmers follow our nearshore coastline daily. Lake Michigan weather can turn on a dime and change abruptly in 15 seconds, from calm to downright blustery. Water levels vary yearly and within the year. The fence may or not be easily visible to users from the lake or the shore if it's in the lake. And if you have high water, it's not just one clean year that you have high water and then the next year you have low water. It slowly changes, and it can be within 1 year that you can drop several feet. If you have sections of the fence going into the lake, you are having obstructions for swimmers and nearshore watercraft, and I think the Park District has indicated they may want paddleboards on Elder at some point in the future. And in lake, navigational hazards are a problem. I have one last point that I would like to bring to your attention. Eric Otto from the IDNR referenced shoals off Centennial Park. To my knowledge, on navigational charts, there is no shoal off Centennial Park. However, the Park District, in their diagrams that they provided you, do show in-lake impairments. And those are chunks of concrete, big ones, and I believe they came from the old TB sanitarium formerly at the top of the bluff, and a lot of that debris was pushed into the lake as just a way of what you did then. And when I was a Park District Commissioner, we had to deal with the first load of that.
Ms. Schreiber,
And I'm just finishing my last sentence. And I think they all came out last summer. So I'm hoping that we don't use shoals and that we just deal with our junk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the third row?
Can I put this down? Great. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. Good evening, Irene Smith, 40-year resident of Winnetka. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words, so my first 1,000 words to you are on this easel right next to me. This is a photograph of Centennial Beach taken by Professor Phil Enquist from one of the paths in Centennial Park. This is what Centennial Beach looks like. The Winnetka Park District is asking you to approve a convoluted proposal to put chain link fencing into Lake Michigan at Centennial Beach. In effect, they want to put in a system of cages in the lake. We've had 25 years without a fence. Our dog beach can't continue, if our dog beach can't continue to work that way, then the dog beach or park or DFA, which is a new one to me, should be moved. Move it elsewhere. Creating a cage for just over 100 pass holders, and I know the number was 310, but my research tells me that of that number, only 120 or so are Winnetka residents, okay? So creating a cage for just over 120-some Winnetka resident pass holders and locking out the rest of Winnetka's population of 13,000 does not compute. Now, Mr. Catoulis and Mr. Frank have told you that the IDNR has already given the Park District a permit to erect their fences, and that is true. However, the Winnetka Park District's application for permit contained some falsehoods. The IDNR is allowing the permit based on the non-navigability of Centennial's shoreline and the existence of shoals. As anyone who's ever pushed a kayak, canoe, or paddleboard into the water at Centennial can tell you, the waters are navigable and not lined with shoals. Even the Army Corps of Engineers says that all of the Lake Michigan shoreline is navigable. Despite the IDNR's permit, the village trustees will make the final decision about fences into the lake, based on recommendations from you, the Design Review Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals. In the January 2023 trustees study session that some of you attended, I did, the IDNR and Army Corps of Engineers testified that they are very limited in their scope and that the village municipality ultimately has the final say about what happens at the lake. Even Park Executive Director Shannon Nazal seems to understand the impropriety of these fences. In a memo to Mr. Catoulis and Christina Cotto, dated February 20...
Ms. Smith, we're at time.
Oh, sorry.
We had the memo in our packet.
Oh, you do have that.
We do
That's
have that
great.
memo.
Okay, so I urge you to deny the request for the SUP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Angie Dahl. I've been a resident of Winnetka for over 40 years. During that time, I served as president of the Winnetka Park District as well as a member of several village advisory boards. Historically, the Winnetka shoreline was beautiful and accessible. You could walk, swim, kayak, and paddleboard unimpeded from Glencoe to Kenilworth. The water and sand levels fluctuated naturally, as they should. However, in the past 25 years, that same stretch has become dangerous and in some places impassable. Massive rock walls have been erected, which hinder safe passage, exacerbate bluff destruction, and cause unchecked ecosystem damage. These changes were made under IDNR and Army Corps oversight or the lack thereof. I do not hesitate to say that saying that something that has been approved by the IDNRI is not a positive. Until quite recently, the village of Winnetka mistakenly believed that it had no control or standing to protect the beaches and the bluffs. However, when the public recently went to the IDNR to express concerns and request clarification on several lakefront matters, the response from Jim Casey was that the village of Winnetka could have denied all of it as they have final jurisdiction over the lakefront. It was shocking to learn that all of the other North Shore communities had been exercising this control for years, making Winnetka a magnet for overbuilding along the beach and a lack of adherence to the public trust doctrine. Although there are countless pictures to show what has happened to the formerly pristine beaches along the Winnetka shoreline, many have shared with you pictures directly related to the special use permit you are considering now. A huge chain link fence in front of an already massive stone structure which totally obstructs the previously priceless view of the shoreline. You continue to hear significant concerns about these plans from the large amount of letters sent to you and through the turnout of residents protesting the ever-changing Elder Centennial design. One of the biggest complaints from them, your own board and the zoning board, was about the fence and a disregard for the safety of the public. Now the Winnetka Park District is asking you to ignore all of that and approve the fence without seeing the rest of what they plan to do to our beaches. What do Winnetka residents want? Residents want access to their lakefront and the ability to walk along its shores. Residents of Winnetka want their voices to be heard. Residents continuously and strongly object to the desecration of the lakefront. Winnetka residents object to the Winnetka Park District design and proposed changes, including this fencing, which only became an issue due to recent interactions between former Winnetka Park District board members and officials and a singular property owner. Winnetka deserves so much better than this. I urge the Plan Commission to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in row 3?
Good evening. I'm Alexandra Nichols, 900 Mount Pleasant Road, Winnetka, Illinois. You will hear more. There are serious safety concerns with the fences at the Dog Beach. I'm also concerned about the violation of the doctrine of public use. Fences are installed if fences are installed at that beach. The doctrine of public use, which has been in effect since 1842, is one of the underpinnings of environmental law. There is no evidence of changed law or regulation since that time, only the continued internal assertion from the Winnetka Park District staff that fencing is required. It is not, despite repeated documentation to the contrary. This doctrine mandates that the beaches in the state of Illinois and all other states remain open and available for the use of the public. No private beach or jog beach may prevent people from passing over it because of this doctrine. The installation of fencing at Centennial Beach would be an unnecessary and damaging intrusion on public lakefront access. It would undermine the natural aesthetic and character of the beach while implying a legal necessity that simply does not exist. The proposed fence around the dog beach is a violation of the doctrine of public use. Therefore, I ask you to deny the Park District's request for a special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nichols. So I think that was the end of row 3, so row 4.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Marte. I'm a 50-year resident of Winnetka. The Winnetka Park Board is once again asking the Village of Winnetka to review the Elder Centennial Beach Plan in bits and pieces, in spite of the fact that both the Plan Commission and the Zoning Board stated very clearly that it was nearly impossible to approve any special use permit without seeing the entire plan at once. Just as an architect would not be allowed to show only a small portion of house plans when seeking approval for a permit, this situation is no different. One has to ask, why is the Winnetka Park District ignoring the prior recommendations of both boards if it's truly interested in getting the Elder and Centennial Beach Plan approved? The beaches have been unavailable to the public for over 5 years. Years of caucus surveys, countless letters, and hundreds of comments at public meetings have continually shown the community is unhappy with the course the Winnetka Park District is pushing. The board has previously heard all of the terrible stories about water safety and the dangers of any structure, but particularly fences along the waterfront. Why is the Winnetka Park Board spending valuable time of our governing bodies and concerned taxpayers to concentrate on a large, unsightly, unsafe, and unwanted cage made out of chain link for what the Winnetka Park District itself has called the most beautiful beach in Winnetka? We know it is not for dog owners. Only a little over 120 Winnetka residents out of more than 13,000 dog pass holders. Prior to the disastrous attempt to give away public land to a private homeowner, the Winnetka Park District was trying to close the dog beach. They led a public campaign to say the prime jewel of the beachfront should not be used just for dogs and spent precious taxpayer dollars to develop an approved plan to move the dog beach to a different location. However, once behind the scenes land giveaway started, all of a sudden the dog beach needed to be back on Centennial. It's not hard to understand that only one person benefits from a fenced-in dog beach directly north of the property. Thank goodness there are other governing bodies in our community who understand the real motivation behind this request and will work to protect the most important natural resource in Winnetka. Your job is to prevent the destruction of a pristine beach and not cede it over to a private landowner who already has the largest beach in Winnetka. The fence is just the beginning. On the last review of the Elder Centennial Plan, some of the most consistent comments from your board were your concern for the lack of safety found in much of the plan. The fence was mentioned many times as a non-starter. The fact that the Winnetka Park District has come back with a request for a special use permit just for this feature alone shows a true lack of respect for our community, our beaches, our governing bodies, and the Winnetka Park District's own mission statement.
Ms. Marte, we're at time.
Thank you. I request that you deny this request.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Juliuson. I've lived in Winnetka 20 years. The special use permit for dog beach fencing at Centennial is more than just special. It only benefits those with dog beach fobs. That's about 120 Winnetkans out of a population of 12,500, or 0.0096% of the people, not even 1%. So special doesn't describe it. It's uncommon. The Park District says the fencing must be 4 feet tall and run into the lake. Even though some beaches in Chicago don't have this fencing. That's not just uncommon, that's peculiar. The WPD just posted a photo of their biggest, prettiest beach in Winnetka on Instagram, that's Centennial, where they now want to put not just one fence, but 2, actually 4. So it's not just a dog beach, it's more like a dog box. And that goes beyond peculiar, that's unusual. And the Park District hired top-tier Chicago real estate attorney Hal Franke to represent them, to argue about dog beach fencing. That's more than unusual. That's extraordinary. And if that fencing is erected, it's going to impede walking of our public beaches and interfere with water safety, all to the benefit of a single homeowner to the south. Extraordinary? No, that's custom built. Please deny this uncommon, peculiar, unusual, extraordinary, custom-built special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the fourth row who would like to speak this evening?
Thank you for your time today. I was not planning on speaking, but I did recognize that there's a demographic missing from this meeting.
Can you please be sure to state your first and last name?
Sorry, my name is Susan Curry. I live at 375 Hawthorne Lane in Winnetka. The Dog Beach and Elder are really important to our community and to the young families that live there. It's difficult for them to be here tonight because they're putting their kids to bed, they're making dinner, they're making beds, what have you. I wanted to say that both of those properties are beloved by our area, and discussion about moving some of those facilities to other parts of Winnetka just seems off to me. And I think you'd get that same reaction from a lot of people in our part of the village. I would like to say that Elder has been closed now for 5 years. There are a lot of children who have never been to the beach that is right at the end of their street. The Dog Beach also is a family beach. If any of you have ever been there, there are as many children as there are adults because the dogs like to bring their entire family with them to the beach. There are kids swimming, there are kids playing. It is for everyone, and it is a happy, happy place. So the idea that this is just unsightly and that everyone would like to walk across it without having to meet a dog, I find just a little bit short-sighted. And I would love to see us all come together and find a way that the enjoyment of our community can be across the board and can be varied. I would also like to say that I didn't hear anything tonight about significant or pervasive issues around security or injuries or other issues at the dog park. I perhaps am missing something here, but it doesn't seem to be a place that creates a lot of cacophony in the neighborhood. It seems just that there are other people who would like to use that for a different purpose. I would say that when we talk about preserving the shore and then we don't want to give so much to the families and the dogs at the Dog Beach, we do have room for boat launches, we have room for kayaks, we have room for paddle boards, so there is diversity across the waterfront. And I would just ask that you consider that some of what we have is really cherished and does not necessarily need to be changed. And that's it for this evening. So thank you for your time, thank you for listening, and I appreciate all of your commitment to this process.
Thank you. Anyone else in the fourth row? All right, moving one back, fifth row. Is there anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where are we at? In the back? Anybody in the back row would like to speak? Anyone left?
It says there's no stream. I don't want that part of my 3 minutes, but can people see this? I just am asking. Hi, my name's Katie Stevens. I have a number of points I'd like to make that have not been made. This is my understanding of the restrictive covenant that was signed between Orchard 2020 and the Winnetka Park District that signed the donation or the restrictive covenant in October, you asked, of 2024. They didn't have a permit for the fence at that time, and I believe it is part of the welfare of our city, and it would freeze Centennial's use for 50 years, 50, 2074. If you approve this, it will be under their purview for the Winnetka Park District, for Orchard 2020, to say what goes on at that beach. There are 3 points. They have to have the dogs on the southern end, they have to have a fence, and they have to have a pier And there was one other one, and I'm sorry, I'm nervous. The fencing, in my opinion, may or may not be temporary. It could become permanent. It's listed in the restrictive covenant, and if the swap happens, that fence could end up on private land, and I don't know what temporary means. It's not defined. If there is a swap, that fence needs to be removed immediately because it would be on private land. Fencing violates the ADA. These are all for you to have. The fencing plan, southern gates are too narrow to provide ADA access. The village engineer himself, Mr. Bernal, said a fence needs to be at least 6 feet wide at a minimum in a meeting. The WPD, you've heard a lot about beach walkers. I do not want to be forced to go to around a fence. It'll be like 65 feet. If you can ask Costa, I'm not sure because it's not clear on those drawings. I would have to go around 65 feet. I am a neighbor of Elder. I know how this lake looks. Fencing would create a nuisance. That's one of your things. You do not approve fencing that violates Village Code 9.16020 by creating a nuisance that annoys, injures, or endangers comfort, health, and safety of the public. These plans do not include a bypass, which means anyone wishing to traverse the shoreline would have to walk the entire 500 inside of a dog cage where dogs are digging, rough play, chasing, racing out, racing in, and I'm deathly afraid of dogs. I have a fob. I had to pay for it. I've never owned a dog in my life. I don't like dogs. I'm sorry. I know that's not popular. I'm afraid of dogs, and I had to pay $60 to walk on a public beach, and it made me really not happy, which is why I'm here. First responders would be blocked. The first responders would be forced into the lake.
Ms. Stevens, we're at time.
Okay. It's an unhygienic nuisance.
Hello, I'm David Stevens, a longtime Winnetka resident. Most of my points have already been covered, so in the interest of time, I'll just make a short statement here. I heard earlier that the depth of water at the 15 feet into the lake was going to be, 18 inches to 2 feet. The last time I was in the lake, and I'm right along the beach, 15 feet out is well over 3 feet, and I assure you that wasn't last week. But the water is relatively low today. If the current plan were put into place, if the water were to increase as it did November 2020, I think was the high point, I think the depth where they would propose to put the fence would be well over 8 feet. I think that would be a very restrictive to people wanting to use the beach, whether they are dog owners or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ted Winichenko. So much to talk about, so little time. I have to just comment. First, yes, I too ask that you not approve this special use permit. I do not feel that it improves safety. I think it may hinder safety. It also fails to, really make this an open space for all of the people. It limits it to a select group that are willing to pay the price to have a special area. But what really troubled me with this whole meeting is just the half-truths that are constantly being put forward. We all talk about the public trust doctrine and where it starts, and there's this feet wet thing, but the village attorney knows, and I'm sure other people know, that it's not that simple, that reclaimed land, why it was reclaimed, it all matters. It's not, dry sand is, in many cases, public, but no one says that. We talked about other dog beaches, none of which have ever been approved. Montrose came up a few times. In 2024, the IDNR sent Montrose a letter telling them that their fence was unapproved, they have to remove it. And that fence didn't go into the water. Since 2002, IDNR has basically unanimously, without a break, said fences are not allowed until they came to this, where they cited the whole idea of shoals out there in Centennial Park, and there aren't any shoals. And the IDNR really probably doesn't have the statutory authority to even rule on the Park District Act. It's a shocking turn for the IDNR. The only fence the IDNR ever approved was in 2002, if you guys think about history, at the Zion Nuclear Power Plant for security. And even that fence ended at the water. It didn't go into the water. So this is the first time ever they've approved that, and now we're trying to piggyback onto it. And the Park District about the shoals. Are they going to fill in Centennial? I mean, if it's a shoal, they have the right to fill it in and make it into more park. Is that what's going to happen? I think the two things that bother me the most are, first, if the Park District lands ends at the ordinary high water mark and the land below it is a public right-of-way, what right does the Park District have to put a fence across the street, right? Do I have a right to put a fence across the street in front of my house? No. If their land ends at the ordinary high water mark, under village code, they have no right to request an improvement on not their land. And second, although you're saying right now the Lakefront Overlay District doesn't apply, we all know that there is a binding exchange agreement in place that has not been rescinded, and at some point it will be executed. At that point, this fence, which is allowed because it is not currently private, will fall into the hands of a private owner. At that point, all it will take is a lock on a gate that was installed by the Park District to effectively prevent any passage south.
Mr. Winashenko, we're at time.
That was
We love hearing from you. But
that was my last thing. June 1st, 2005 was when the CARC route regulation came.
thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Mizell. I've been a Winnetka resident for 30 years, and though we didn't at all plan it, I'm going to kind of be picking up where he left off. Before I do that, though, I'd just like to do a little arithmetic with you. What I heard tonight was that the current proposal is 460 linear feet when the maximum recommended had been 270, contemplating about one dog per parking space, per car. That's like 45 linear feet per canine. That strikes me as such an excessive allocation of resources. It's just remarkable that it's being put forward. But anyway, back to quality of communication. The question was asked, is this dog a dog beach or a dog park, or is this dog-friendly area? We haven't quite thought about that. Temporary turns out to mean until further notice. Compliant means on the books, but not enforced. Enclosed means, enclosed on 3 sides and got to make the dogs happy on the 4th side. Accessible, once you add the signage, means caveat emptor. Commissioner Poore asks, do other beaches fences extend into the water? And after, showing us representations of all these other beaches, the answer comes back effectively, we haven't quite inspected the other ones, with the exception of the one that supports our representation. So I put this all together, and to me, these sort of, I think the water's getting muddier, not clearer. You and we are being treated to ambiguity, obfuscation, doublespeak, distortion, and potentially dissembling. I can see how very, very hard you're working. I think you deserve better, and I think we citizens deserve better, and I urge you to deny this application.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public in the room who would like to speak on this matter this evening? All right, seeing none, we're going to close out public comment at this point. The petitioner does have the option of responding to public comment made in the room if they would choose to do so. Is that something that you would like to do at this point?
Madam Chair, thank you. I would just like to make a couple of comments and provide a few responses. I just want to clarify that the reason that Costa did say at the beginning of his presentation why the term temporary fencing appeared in some places and not in others, he tried to explain that. I know several people questioned that, what it meant. Again, the concept of temporary was just because, and this responds to another comment that one of the residents just made about, I think the phrase was bits and pieces. How come there isn't the big plan for the entire beach front, so to speak? And as Costa indicated, and as I think all of you know, the village knows that the Park District is working on coming back with a plan for Elder and Centennial beaches following this commission and the zoning board's consideration of the prior plan in 2024. So that is what is intended by the term temporary. And so I think somebody in their comment said, in the written comment, not tonight, that somehow the village at the end of the day, should this be approved, should put some guidelines on what that means, temporary. And I don't think the Park District would have any problem with that. The other thing I would say is several people made comments about kind of following up on what Commissioner Bradley said about alternatives or pass-throughs or the gates or the size of the dog beach. I would say that, again, you have the opportunity, the commission has the opportunity, if these are concerns of yours, if you share them, that you can address them by recognizing the benefits of the fencing, but making as a condition that the Park District consider alternatives, be it a smaller dog beach, be it a design that allows passage without having to go through the dogged area. You could make that part of your condition, part of your recommendation, and the Park District would have to go back and have that considered in front of their entire board. And also, to the extent necessary, these other governmental bodies would have to consider those alternatives. But, there are options for addressing a number of the concerns that were raised tonight. That's the only response I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So at this point in the evening, we are going to go ahead and bring this in for deliberation and discussion of this board. We have obviously heard a lot of testimony today, had a good opportunity to hear from the public and to ask questions of the petitioner. So the item that is in front of us, just for a moment to speak to something Ms. Curry said, I too live over there, by there. My kids are of an age where they don't recall going to those beaches. So certainly understand the concern of younger families and of families in the community, but what is in front of us this evening is fencing alone and whether or not that fencing meets the standards by which we evaluate our applications. So with that said, I would like to go ahead and ask members of this board for their comments on this application this evening. I'm going to I'll look to my left this time.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy one. This is a hard no for so many reasons. My biggest concern, though, is the waste of time and the waste of money that the Winnetka Park District continues to bring in front of this board and others. And I would really like you all spent clearly a lot of time. The presentation itself was strong in terms of the content that you put together and the presentation of it. I would love for you to spend your time putting together a plan that we can approve, that is safe and that is going to work for this community. And I'm a little upset tonight that we're sitting here and doing the same thing as we did this in 2025 as well, a number of times, looking at plans that are not safe, that do not benefit this community. And I'm really looking forward to seeing something that is going to benefit Winnetka.
Thank you, Member Alt. Member Van Vleck.
Just looking at this from the Plan Commission's role, we are not trying to decide what the Park District should necessarily, if they should operate a dog beach and what this should be called, but those delineations do help us make our decisions. But we're supposed to look at whether these proposed physical improvements meet the special use standards. Based on the record that we've seen, it's not clear that this proposal demonstrates that documented necessity. It's not clear that it uses the least intrusive means, preserves the practical public use and access along the lakefront, particularly with the water, with the fence extending into the water, and that is within the public trust. So as it stands, while I appreciate the time and the effort, and I recognize that there are lots and lots of considerations, this does not, in my view, based on what has been asked of me as a member of this commission, does not meet those standards. And again, without seeing a full view of what's to be done, I have issues with approving something that is called temporary when it sets a precedent. Being grandfathered was brought up earlier. We all deal with that with older houses and with issues that now no longer comply. Approving a fence without seeing how it relates to the larger picture does set a precedent that I think it would be hard to come back from. And for those reasons, and then what's also put in front of us, I am not in support of this.
Thank you. Member Eng.
I won't repeat things that have already been said, but I think that just generally, if a fence is viewed to be needed for separation of different uses of the beach, but it's only a three-sided fence, I think that it doesn't, really check that box like was brought up. It's really only kind of enclosing part of the area. So if a fence is so necessary, then, in theory, it would need to be in my opinion, all the way around, which I don't think anyone wants or, is voiced. That doesn't really, make sense in this location either. So I think extending out to kind of a somewhat arbitrary distance into the lake, doesn't really solve that issue.
Thank you. Member Bradley, I know you're not voting this evening. I don't know if you have any additional comments you'd like to add. Thank you. All right. To my right, Member Case.
I don't want to repeat what the other commission members have said, but I am in agreement with their thoughts. I don't feel that the standards, especially A and B, have been met to say that it is consistent to grant a special use. I'm concerned about safety. I'm concerned about safety of not only the fencing going into the water, but of the people traversing the beaches and having to go through four airlocks basically to get down the beach. And I just don't feel that the standards that we are looking at, we can push back to each one of those and say, well, I don't see that as quite working. I also don't like the fact that we are asked to approve something in a vacuum when we don't know what the rest of the park is going to look like. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bloom.
I'll try to be brief as well. I agree with all of this comments before. Piecemeal
it just is hard. I resisted the urge. I think we could have asked additional questions. I didn't want to go there, but I know zoning might take it again. I'd urge them to maybe consider digging into the parking question a little bit. If we're increasing people in the slots, it just something seems off. And then this whole restrictive covenant idea, if that's there, let's just get it out in the open. And if there's not an alternative, let's hear about it. But like, I share your concern of why are we being presented things over and over again. So I would just urge, let's move through it, find out the path forward, get our beaches open, and move on. Again, we're a recommending body, and I think these are 1A's letters in our packet right now, not numbers, but I do think A, B, C, arguably D. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them, but I would ask the village attorney to, I think that's our request, right, to draft a recommended finding for us that will synthesize this and really lay out why we think the factual record does not support granting this. So I would be in favor of that.
Thank you. Member Poor.
As the newest member of the commission, I don't have the same history as you all do, but having read this material, listened to the comments, the presentation, I come to a similar conclusion. Back in the 1990s, my family was one of the early users of the dog beach. We had many happy years with our dogs at the dog beach. And one of the things that you learn as a dog owner at the dog beach is the great variety of dog personalities that are there. And there are dogs that like the water, and there's dogs that don't like the water. And for dogs that like the water, a 15-foot fence into the lake is not going to prevent that dog from going around it. And so the fact that you have this 15-foot intrusion on the lake, it's not going to be solving the problem. That you have that potential. But the dog beach had existed before 2010, and it worked reasonably well. I think there was a snow fence there, but in terms of being at the into the lake, it sounds like that only started in 2010, if that's correct. But the issue is not just what happens when the dog goes around that fence. It's what happens when the dog gets around the fence and the owner starts calling, come back, and now you have a dog that is between rocks and a fence. Maybe it's getting a little wavy. And I know, as many dog owners know, dogs don't think the same way as people do. And that's usually an okay thing. It's actually maybe a good thing. But when dogs are in that kind of confined situation, and I've seen this, they can get kind of confused and panicky, and that's when risk really starts for a dog. And that's when risk starts for the owner, who is going to do whatever it can to try to rescue that dog. So this is just one example of the type of risk and potential safety issues that this 15-foot fence presents. And you see here in this picture of Gilson, I mean, in October, it goes up to the lip of the lake. And so is there a real reason that you need the 15 feet? I mean, what it does do is it creates any number of potential hazards and safety concerns and risks. So I think for that reason alone, it does not satisfy the first criteria. And then as far as the second criteria goes, it certainly is an outright blocking of the enjoyment of the beach, and if the public trust doctrine means anything, that you should have full access to walk the beach. So with that, I think there's really no way we can say it satisfies the second criteria, the criteria number B. So with that, I would vote to deny the application.
Thank you.
I would like to say just something, if I could. I So zoning board is going to take this up on its own next month. I do think there is probably a call for all of us here at the Plan Commission, at the zoning board, along with the applicant and the public, to work towards, even in the most temporary of conditions, a viable path towards something of a solution that might bide the time between the present moment that we're in and a future project at Elder and Centennial. Because what I fear in the strict interpretation of standards, which I don't want to tip my hand too much, but I understand and agree with a lot of the feedback tonight, essentially puts a zero-sum solution on the table. Either close the beach close the dog beach as it presently exists because it's not safe, or try to work through modifications, even if in the most temporary form, to allow for its continual use right up until we have children that are looking to swim at a newly opened Elder Beach in the summer of 2026. Otherwise, we must essentially realize what we're doing in pushing back to them the obligation of coming up with a better plan to have children and dogs swim together. Like, I appreciate, just as we did at the zoning board during the larger project, that there may be mitigations, there may be a better plan, we just haven't seen it yet. But the concern that we're just going to leave these beaches alone, which is something of what we hear in the public, and I want to make sure it's known for at least my own 2 cents. No, we're not just going to leave these beaches alone. They're degrading, they're going away from the littoral drift, from the elements. We have an obligation, I think, to try and protect and preserve and better our facilities. If it fails to meet our standards, then what we're essentially saying is go try again, go try again. It may well be that there is a recommendation for approval if conditions, and temporal, to allow us to feel comfortable that a swimming beach can open at Elder in our lifetime, that children can swim at and dogs can have access to Centennial Beach. But the idea that we haven't had a problem there, ergo let's just keep on the status quo and reopen Elder, it's like we're not understanding the tension there. Elder hasn't been open in all of these years, so of course there have been no incidents and no problems at the dog beach. To see photographs from 2009, 2010, when there was a chain link fence separating Elder and Centennial, is sort of like, it's a picture does tell 1,000 words in that regard. And for 7 or 8 years in the village of Winnetka, dogs and humans did exist across a chain link fence on Elder and Centennial. I'm not suggesting that in and of itself satisfies our standards, but context matters as to what we want to do in the short term if it's going to effectuate a longer term solve with our parks. Otherwise, everyone's dug in. It simply must stay the way that it is, and the park district is saying it must be this way. It's their property. They're clearly aware that there's other places to put a dog beach, and yet they are persistent that it belongs here. And so we're adjudicating that application. But at some point, I do believe there may need to be a healthy discussion on how to mitigate and really put a short fuse on what's acceptable for the near term, while longer term plans are playing out. So I want to say that, because I just feel like as we say no, and as the zoning board prepares to meet and all the meetings sort of continue to bottle up, I see an impracticality for how Elder Beach is going to open in the summer of 2026, because simply cannot have dogs and children swimming with no structure separating them. I simply won't tolerate that. So we got to figure out how we might potentially work on something that compromise works for everybody. I'll shut up.
Thank you. So you actually just...
Leila,
Commissioner.
Those are great points. I mean, great points. And yes, we need a solution. And I think in black and white right now, it says that the dogs are supposed to be on leash. So then there's the fix.
And I just wanted to
Trustee
make one
Orsic.
comment. I'm not voting either, but dog owners did come that have beach passes, came to Village Council at our last meeting and said that they're not in favor of fences, and they also aren't wedded to that location, for whatever that's worth. But more importantly, there hasn't been a fence since 2010 up until now. That was a period of time. But one of the things Ms. Curry said, and I also live in that neighborhood, if whole families are going in there and playing, my God, having kids playing with a fence that's submerged under waves, I mean, the dogs is bad enough, but to have like a child in there playing, like these fences do not belong in the water, especially with the changing depths of the water. I think everybody said that, but when she said the children were playing as well, I thought, yeesh. And I did notice one of the pictures, Highland Park had a much more temporary fence, like some wood slats that were sort of up. And if you know, as Mr. Bradley was saying, you know, there certainly are alternatives that could allow for Elder Beach to be opened, and it has been opened in the course of history without a fence being there. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that too, is that, like, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. Elder is not contingent, not necessarily on that from historical context, and I think that's a big point. But to kick it back over there, otherwise we can do a motion or whatever you want.
Yeah. So I'm going to make my comments here at this point. So I actually was going to say a couple of things that Member Bradley mentioned, which is I started by saying that is my neighborhood. Those are my beaches. They've not been open for a long time. You know, again, reiterating from something that we said when the entire plan was up in front of us, there is, you know, what we're looking at and the decisions that are being made here should in no way, shape, or form be interpreted as us saying that beaches shouldn't be opened. We all want that to happen. We want the beaches to be better. My concerns, you know, the good thing for me about going last is that all of these really smart people get to make comments before I do, and I'm not going to reiterate what everybody said, but the standards, the first two standards, are of particular concern to me. You know, as we talk about what is safe for kids or dogs, I agree that they should be separated in terms of looking at that 15 feet into the water. Not only, you know, aside from the fact that it's unusual to have the fence in the water potentially, you know, again, I don't know that serves the safety measures that we're attempting to do, because I do believe that a well-motivated dog is going to get beyond that. So, and my concern with approving this in any way with conditions is that then we're going to be sitting here trying to condition the life out of this. You know, I'm also concerned with the fact that we have a situation where anybody walking on the beach is going to be in a cage match with dog owners and dogs. And I think that there needs to be a solution that takes that into account. And, you know, by having this fencing the way that it is currently set up, we are potentially looking at some issues. And I don't think that the answer is you look at the sign and you decide if you want to go in because there are dogs there. So I am also against the project as it is. So do we have a motion?
Yes.
Could I respond before you vote?
Sure.
I hear and appreciate everything that you've said. It seems to me, and I understand first and foremost, as you just said, Madam Chair, that nobody's inclined to make a recommendation of approval subject to conditions based on the concerns that seem to have been expressed unanimously. So my question to you is, would it be helpful if two of the primary concerns that were addressed by everybody, which is that there would be a bypass so that you wouldn't have to go through, and if there was no fencing in the lake, and if you saw an actual plan instead of written conditions, would that be something that would warrant us coming back to you at your next meeting or a next meeting?
Members?
I don't particularly think so. I think we have the concept of the plan. I don't think it's going to add much.
I mean, I have to say, I don't understand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you can, if you choose to, take what has been said by this board, and when you meet with the ZBA, you can certainly present them with something that takes into consideration what has been said this evening.
Okay. We would probably do that.
I think that sounds like a good idea. All right, so do we have a motion?
Yes. I would move to recommend denial of the requested special use permit and to direct the village attorney and staff to prepare written findings and determinations consistent with all of our comments here and the record at this public hearing, and to, a proposed recommendation for our consideration at our next meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Member Bloom,
So that'd be an aye.
Member Case, Member Poor,
Yeah, yes.
Member Alt,
Yes.
Member Van Vleck,
Yes.
Member Enck,
Yes.
Chair Brad, I'm sorry, apologize, I'm tired. Chair
Bradley,
Danley.
Danley.
Yes, Chair Danley.
Yes. So the motion has been denied. We will have findings. Well, motion has been approved. At our next meeting, we'll have our findings of fact that we will be presenting. So we appreciate all of your time. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. I am actually just going to roll right into the next item on the agenda because you still have something to do this evening. So since we are still in session, I just ask that for those of you who are leaving, that you please do so as quietly as you can. So our second application for this evening is case number 26-02-SU, which at 736 Elm Street, which is an application seeking approval of a special use permit for Solid Core, which is a personal fitness facility in the C2 General Retail Commercial Overlay District. I'm going to turn it over to staff. Oh, but I will also remind everyone, for that item, we are still a recommending body, and the Village Council has final jurisdiction on the request.
Okay, good evening. This item is for 736 Elm Street for Solid Core. This is in the One Winnetka development. As you might recall, this applicant is proposing to open a Winnetka location of an existing national franchise of fitness studios that's called Solid Core, which offers appointment-based group exercise classes featuring specialized workout options with methods and equipment that are distinctive to the company and to the brand. They are before the commission this evening seeking a recommendation of approval of a special use permit for which the village council has final jurisdiction. As you might recall, One Winnetka is a multi-story mixed-use development on the southeast corner of Elm and Lincoln. The applicant is proposing to occupy commercial space in the western portion of the frontage along Elm Street, with the main entrance also coming off Elm. The general location is identified on the aerial map that you'll see on the left. The property is zoned C2 General Retail Commercial, and a portion is located within the Commercial Overlay District. Most of the space that the applicant is proposing to occupy is located within the overlay district. The zoning ordinance does allow non-retail uses such as personal fitness studios in the overlay. However, such uses must be evaluated and approved by the Planning Commission and the Village Council as a special use. The red crosshatch areas on the zoning map on the right represent the overlay district, and as a reminder, it consists of the first 50 feet from the property line on the ground floor. The location of the proposed fitness studio of solid core is outlined in yellow on the Elm Street facade rendering. The space the fitness studio is proposing to occupy is approximately 2,300 square feet with 25 feet of frontage along Elm. The studio would feature group exercise classes featuring specialized workout options with methods and equipment that I mentioned are distinctive to that particular company. According to the applicant, the office would be would have a maximum of 2 to 3 employees on a typical day, usually 2 with one person at the front desk and then the other being an instructor, with business hours going from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday it would be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The applicant states that the business would have appointment-only classes, no walk-ins, for as many as 16 patrons at a time, with classes varying in length of time, but designed to have 10-minute gaps in between to minimize any potential overlap. The applicant states that the front waiting area of the office would feature bottled water and fitness-related beverages for purchase by class attendees. For parking, the applicant is proposing that the employees would be able to secure the necessary parking permits and park in public parking lots in the district, including the village-owned parking lot adjacent to One Winnetka, which does contain Type A permit parking spaces for employees. The applicant also indicates that client patrons would be able to utilize the parking on the ground level of the commercial parking within the One Winnetka building, nearby off-street parking, or adjacent on-street parking in the Elm Street district. The off-street parking provided for the One Winnetka site for commercial uses consists of 39 spaces in the ground level of the building, which is the same number of parking spaces required by the zoning ordinance. For reference, the zoning ordinance requires for commercial uses, the requirement is 2 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of tenant space. It should be noted that 10 of the ground level spaces in the parking deck are to be reserved for the Charles Schwab Financial Services Office as part of their lease, which was approved by the Village Council in September of 2025. Briefly going back, the Village Council granted final approval of the planned development for One Winnetka. It also granted partial approval of certain special use findings for medical and financial services uses. Previous special use approvals under these terms include the Charles Schwab Financial Services Office and the Winnetka Aesthetics Studio Medical Clinic. It should be briefly noted that cultural, recreational, and entertainment uses, which includes personal fitness facilities such as this proposed use, did not receive any partial approval in the One Winnetka plan development. Therefore, all 12 special use standards set forth in the zoning ordinance apply to the current application being considered by the commission tonight. And the 12 standards, just as a review. Standards are provided on pages 101 and 102 of your agenda packet. The commission is to determine whether the proposed use is consistent with the standards. After hearing from the applicant and the public, the commission may decide to act upon one of 2 options. Would be continue the hearing to a specific date to provide applicant and or staff with additional time to address questions and comments from the commission or the public, or consider a motion recommending approval or denial of the special use permit. And like I mentioned, draft languages is on 101 to 102 of the agenda packet. We have representatives for the applicant ready to answer any questions and speak for the application. Any questions for staff for the moment?
So, Chris, before we get to too many questions, I just want to ask of staff. We know that when we originally, and for those of you who are not also on planned development, we know that we had allowed for 2 special use permits to begin with, which are the ones that Charles Schwab is in, and the medical use that was in there. Anything that is not a special use, we would not necessarily know about it, but what information do we have on other tenants in this building at this point beyond that there's going to be a Ballyhoo restaurant somewhere on the corner, I believe, in the corner space?
Better be there.
I can maybe try to handle that, Chair Danley. So as you know, you've seen the Charles Schwab special use that was recommended for approval and approved by the Village Council, as well as special use for Winnetka Aesthetic Studio, the ocular surgery. It was also recommended for approval for the Plan Commission and then approved by the Village Council. There's a Ballyhoo restaurant, Arcadia, the name of the restaurant, that are working on plans there. That would be a permitted use within the development. This solid core use before you is a special use tonight. There's one other special use application that has been submitted. That would be for, we'll learn more about that, but for a medical related use with the hearing aids or hearing instruments and sales of those. And then there's one other tenant that has been identified, Fair. As I understand, it's kind of a quick casual restaurant concept that has some other locations that would likely be a permitted use.
Okay, so just to be clear, in addition to the 2 special use permits that we have already approved, the one that's in front of us tonight, and then one that's coming up to us, most likely the next meeting, that's 4 special use permits in this building at this point, with 1 restaurant, well, 2 restaurants, a fast casual and a Ballyhoo.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Other questions from members for staff? Anything?
Do you,
Add to that, is there any other property that is still remains to have an applicant? Or is everything either a restaurant or special use?
So the One Winnetka stated they have leased all the spaces. So the ones that I just mentioned encompass all the tenant spaces.
and just following up, and you may not know this and it may shift, do we know that, so like the prior ones that were approved were, I'm going to say this wrong, but they had the village, like they had this prior structure where we only considered certain factors. This one tonight, we consider all of them. Do we know of the other one that's like pending or just in the door? Is that, which category would that fit in if you know?
Don't have all the
That's
information
okay.
on that yet. Thank you.
The only exceptions that were made at the Planned Development Commission were for the 2 to have, not be looked
I
at.
apologize. I thought it was blanket category. It's just the
No, just the 2.
Well, I'm glad I
Yeah,
asked
so
the question.
so the one that would come up in front of us next time should also be for all of them,
I
too.
thought it was financial services and medical uses.
But I think it was one medical use, wasn't it? We didn't say blindly, you can
There's
fill
a
this with all medical offices.
No, there is a limit. What it is, I cannot recall off the top of my head, but there is
Two
certain,
financial services, one medical, is that what you're
in its square footage, yeah. So the application that Scott was referring to that is scheduled to come before you next month is still under review, so.
Okay, so we can't say that. All right, got it. Yes, there was hope for retail. Okay, other questions for staff before we hear from the applicant?
Either Scott or Chris, how many potential retail spaces are remaining on Elm Street now?
So those that I mentioned earlier are all the tenant spaces. So they've leased all the tenant spaces within the use there.
And of those, how many would be retail then, or could be retail? 0, I guess, right?
Pure retail, yeah, 0.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
those.
just want to confirm that. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? No?
So, I'm sorry, we've saturated the marketing before the Ballyhoo? Or is Ballyhoo factored into that count?
Ballyhoo's included in that. That's the tenant space on the westernmost tenant space at the corner.
Got it, thank you.
All right, so we are going to turn it over to the petitioner for this item. I'm assuming it's the 2 of you who are still sitting in chambers. Thank you. Patient.
Incredible patience.
You see the best of village government in this room this evening. All right, so before we have you speak, I'm going to have you take the oath. Can you both affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and complete? Great. And then as you start to speak, please just be sure you state your first and last names for the record. Do you have a formal presentation at all, or are you just here to answer questions that we might have?
Here to answer questions. Be Architect and Operations.
Yes, and state your names, please.
I'm Melanie Nifong. I'm the Senior Director of Operations for Solid Core.
I'm Sean Jackson, Illinois resident, born and raised in Oak Park, Chicago, current resident, part of DXU Architects, who's the AOR architect of Solid Core.
Okay, great, thank you. So we do not have anybody from the building in the room this evening, just. Okay, so we obviously have the presentation. You know what, I'm going to start with one question here before we go. The proposed schedule that's in our materials are suggesting that Monday through Friday, you're going to be open with people in and out between the hours of 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. And then on Saturdays, it's
7 a.m.
7 to 6?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that you have locations, obviously, all over the country, that there are a lot of other spaces where you may have people in and out in that way. Has there been any discussion on your end about whether or not that schedule for a community of this size and the communities that we would be drawing from, that you would actively be having people Monday through Friday in that space from 6 to 11 and 7 to 6 Saturday and Sunday?
What I can tell you with locations that are similar to this in the suburbs, if you will, we have a really robust schedule. And currently our company, we have over 100,000 members. And so we find ourselves with schedules that are going beyond that. So 5 a.m. starting every day is usually always filled. And we do have wait lists. We're finding, especially at our location, our new location in Lincoln Park, we cannot fill the demand. We have constant wait lists. So yes, that schedule would probably be very robust and would not move. It would be every hour on the hour, Monday through Friday, and the times on the weekend.
Thank you.
Can I-
Other questions?
I've
Yep.
got, I want to piggyback on that.
Okay,
if I could.
go for it.
Hi.
Hi.
The most nearest term, like placement of a solid core on the North Shore, where would that be?
Our closest location to this is actually Buffalo Grove. Yeah, we're by Panera Bread across from Woodman's in Buffalo Grove.
Okay.
Currently at that location, we have over 600 members, a lot of which are students from Northwestern. So our demographic is from students who actually carpool to go there, including young professionals, and we also have retirees.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, I'm a middle-aged mom, my daughter takes class with me, and my mother takes class with me.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying to get a sense of how you're positioning or thinking about the Winnetka market and what areas you might be thinking about pulling from. We love to have people visit Winnetka from other areas and stay and linger and shop and do all the things that sort of come with visitors. I have concerns that we're not a Lincoln Park crowd. There's a lot of families. I mean, you could see who didn't come out tonight to speak on the other application because they're at home with families. I have some concerns about the hours, particularly in the evening, and whether or not those employees are competing and the spaces are being competed with when it's prime time for our restaurants. And that area is obviously already a concern in terms of the number of parking spots that we're going to have available during the day in the retail. But obviously at night is when I think we'd expect to see the biggest uptick in traffic flow for the restaurant. And I'm trying to understand, how you guys are thinking about a 11 p.m. class and its effectiveness in the suburbs as compared to Lincoln Park. But
Yeah.
sounds like you do have success with that in Buffalo Grove.
We do, especially here at this location with the train being close. We also have kind of vetted out who our instructors would be or who our coaches would be in this market. And we do have instructors who would be commuting from the city using public transportation. Do you want to speak to, yeah?
Of course. So there are currently existing parking along Lincoln Avenue and Elm Street, correct? Patrons can also utilize that parking, but there's also 39 dedicated spaces within the One Winnetka, 2 of those being ADA accessible, along with the adjacent parking space that is currently existing along Elm Street. But keep in mind, in terms of, a health and fitness establishment, not everyone will be driving to the space. There will be people walking, running, possibly taking Ubers, as mentioned. I believe that the Winnetka Metro stop is not too far, about, half a mile away, centrally located. The proposed One Winnetka space is around the same radius as we currently are. So with just understanding, health and fitness, there's going to be other factors in terms of transportation and getting to the gym that will help mitigate the high traffic area because it is centrally located, in the town of Winnetka.
And how long are the classes on average?
Yeah, 50 minutes is
50
the
minutes.
longest class, yes.
And you have data that supports people getting on Metra, traveling to, there's these spots for 50-minute classes.
I do recall when One Winnetka was in front of you and they had provided a parking analysis. Now, I would have to go back and, confirm regarding commute, from Metro, because, within the station here in Winnetka, but the parking analysis that has already been provided and presented to you in front also backs up the claim in terms of, providing those calculations in which how much traffic is coming in, what were some of the design aspects that were required at that location to help slow down traffic.
Okay. And then one last question from me. Noise. How loud, how boisterous are your classes? I'm picturing those. I don't do it. Those, where the instructors are yelling at their people, that's, go faster, speed up. Like, what's the sort of decibel levels that your classes put out, especially if you're holding them in 5 in the morning and at 10 o'clock at night?
So it should be within the range of 40 decibels to 50. Now, we do have an acoustical engineer that is providing consultation. They are also providing recommendations, which we do incorporate in all of our locations, especially given that there are residential units above our proposed space at the One Winnetka. So we're taking every single action in collaborating with our acoustical engineer to ensure that we are mitigating the transmission of sound throughout the space to eliminate that concern, at the crack of dawn and then the later evenings.
Does Solid Core operate in a mixed-use building right now? Yes?
Yeah, so of our 170 locations, roughly about 50%.
Okay, great. Thanks.
So I have a little bit of a follow-up question to that that came up from something Member Bradley said. I understand that this is obviously, you're in mixed-use buildings and other places. We know that this particular frontage is quite nice. I'm sure that from a build-out perspective, having it be new and building it out that way is probably appealing. To the extent that you are interested in being in this community, have you looked at any other properties?
That is a good question. I believe that our Solid Core's real estate team has looked at other properties within the area. I know there's been a huge drive to return back to the North Shore. The previous location was.
We were in Vernon Hills during COVID. We had to close, but I don't think anywhere else before. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm looking this way. So Any questions from commission members?
I saw from your materials that staff on site, and I'm assuming that that includes a receptionist and instructors, but would be only 2 to 3 staff at a time?
Yeah, in fact, I would say most commonly it's 2. Very rarely it's 3. The coach or the instructor is in the studio room actually conducting the class, and then there is one concierge out front. So it's typically 2 openers, 2 closers. We don't always have front desk staff all day. That is not a full-time role, it's a part-time role. So because our studios are so small, only so many machines, only so many people, one full-time coach is able to work the lobby and help our guests without having concierge staff.
Okay. And again, back to the music, I looked up at what 40 and 50 decibels were just for context, and it says it's a kind of relatively quiet work environment. Does that mean that you're not playing music? There's no bass?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, that is correct. There are instances within that gap that there is no music within the 10-minute gap in between classes.
But during class, you're playing music?
That is correct.
And are we talking like you're going to be blasting Fergie and the next door neighbor properties are going to have to deal with that? You know, I mean, what's
So
the...
that was more the reason why we have an acoustical engineer aboard that provides their consultation and provides the information as how we should design the studio specifically. There are certain, components and appliances that are applied to these walls in terms of construction that helps prevent vibration. Acoustical foam, for example, extra layers of gypsum board to the stud.
So those are things that you are already working, like once this is approved, you would be working directly with the One Winnetka construction crew to have those added in, or that would be added in at your discretion later?
We've already coordinated prior to this meeting.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
Sure, a couple quickly. I'm just trying to understand how the business works. So is there is it the same in 1 or 2 coaches all day, or is it like drop in, like somebody runs a particular class and people rotate?
Yeah, it depends on the coaches and their availability. It's not one coach all day. The max a coach would coach succession is 3 classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then is the door like open, or
No.
is it like a?
Nope.
Okay.
It's a locked door with a keypad.
Okay, so only members can get in. Okay, so
Correct.
okay, I understand why you say no retail. That makes sense. I would caution. I think I'm a little concerned about double counting parking spaces all the time. It may not be the biggest factor, but our community, people who like to exercise, can be a little type A. I don't know if people are showing up 10 minutes early anyway. Like, I don't know if maybe you have experience and there is no overlap. I just see a potential for, instead of 16 we're budgeting, it's more like 32 potentially.
Along those lines, is this facility going to have, I can't remember from the line, and I apologize, but are there showers or facilities to get ready?
2 restrooms. We do not provide any amenities like a shower or a locker room.
Okay.
I appreciate the acoustical mitigation that you're talking about here, but I would like to just get a better understanding practically how this works. I'm in the unit above. I'm in the residential unit above. I work late. It's 5 in the morning, and you've got the music cranked up. Even if you've got the mitigation, am I going to be able to hear that in my unit?
So with this specific design, given that we do have residential above, we are going to design it in which, think of it as a box within a box. So when we think about walls, they go all the way to deck, correct? These walls are going to be partial height, enclosing everything. You can kind of consider it as if it's encased like a screen room, where it'll really encase all of that sound within. This has been very typical when it comes to terms of when we have above adjacency tenants, such as residential, for example, or possibly an office space, that we will go to the extreme measures and follow more of the stricter guidelines acoustically to really ensure that there will be no complaints within the community.
Is that part of the I mean, is this part of the application that you're going to be doing this, or is this, I don't know?
It wasn't included in the application, but if there is a request to really review the acoustical report, that can certainly be provided if necessarily. That was provided by our acoustical engineer. If the town does request to really ensure that, we are keeping the space quiet and it's not expanding past those four walls.
I mean, this is maybe a question for you. I mean, do you have a standard acoustical mitigation practice that when you do have residential units or even offices, right next to the facility?
We do. So our development team pre-plans that before we even open and walks with the landlord and building management with our engineers. So they take and go up to the floor above, and in a lot of places, like for example in River North, our studio in River North is residential above us. So before we even open, that's already been tested and completed before we even open.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
Real quick, and I'm sorry, it's probably in here. How many people per hour? How many?
So this particular space would have 16 machines. So 16 machines, one full-time coach, and then a concierge. So
18 people every hour?
At most, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question that is probably best for the village to answer, but the signage does not appear to be, we had standards that we set forward for some of the other tenants, including, just a kind of small sign hanging forward, not like big letters plastered across the front. As it's outlined here, it looks like this is not meet with that same standard that we asked of the other tenants. So is this just example of what's been done before? What standards have we set forward to keep with the aesthetics of the building for this particular tenant?
If I'm not mistaken, the other tenants had a limited scope of what their signage could be proposed as part of the plan development agreement. Mm-hmm. Because this proposed use is outside of the plan development agreement, we did ask the applicant to provide just a general look, give a sort of a context of what the proposed signage would be for when they apply for design review board. And they were able to provide some that are in the elevation renderings that you see in the application materials. But their proposed signage is not subject to the limitations of the plan development agreement that Schwab and Winnetka Aesthetics.
Even if that may be, but it's still, no one walking down the street is going to say, oh, there's clearly different commission regulations on this building or this tenant versus that one, for continuity. And also I would think for One Winnetka's kind of overall vision of the look of this space. I don't know if backlit, I don't know if this is just backlit or if it's neon or whatever, but it just doesn't seem to fit aesthetically with the way that we've kind of set up and I don't know what the other tenants, in addition to those that we haven't seen, what's been set forward for them, but I think we need some consistency.
It should be noted that they didn't initially propose it as backlit, but they since have communicated to me after we published the agenda packet that they would be changing that to external illumination because backlit is not permitted within our sign code.
Do we have the ability at this stage to set a standard of what signage can be? I mean, if Charles Schwab had a small square sign that was kind of brought forward and you could see it from either direction, doesn't it not make sense for every tenant to have the same type of signage, even if it's outside of their typical branding style? I mean, look at our McDonald's. Companies are willing to flex to match our aesthetics. I'm just concerned that if we have one tenant that looks quite different in signage, it does change the look of the building overall. So that's my one concern or question.
I guess I could just add, the applicant has not applied for sign permits at this point. So in the future, sign permit application would be reviewed by the Design Review Board under their purview.
Great.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, so seeing none, thank you so much. I don't see anybody from the public to give comment. So I'm not going to ask for that, but we are now going to go ahead and bring this item in for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I think I'm starting to get tired. I think I started here. I'm going to start this direction at this point.
You got your list.
Thank you for staying so late tonight, and thank you for explaining what Solid Core is to us. I think it's probably a really wonderful workout, and I probably should start it. I just am not sure that this is the right venue, place for it in our village. We already have issues with parking in this area. We are trying to, this building, first of all, let me just start with my disappointment in the developer of this building sending us another special use permit for the One Winnetka building, because we did pre-approve for him two very big Charles Schwab and the dermatology, eye surgery special permit. And it was our understanding, and just so you guys understand, it was our understanding as a commission that the developer was going to really try and get true retail in the rest of the building and or entertainment restaurants. And so for him to encourage yet another special use permit for a brand new fabulous building in an area that we have some lovely restaurants and some lovely retail, and it's a very walkable area, is just disappointing to me. We already have on Elm Street currently there will be 4 special use permitted businesses, and then on Lincoln Avenue we have 8 special use permitted businesses, including a aerial fitness center. So given the parking situation with 16 people coming in and out of there from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday, with all the other businesses, and I know they've told you, there's on-street parking and there's inside parking in One Winnetka, that is going to be chock full constantly. And if you have the restaurants and the 2 restaurants across the street, it just, to me, I don't think this space is a good fit for this business. I'm not saying it's bad, but I think it's a fantastic idea, and I think it's great. It's just not right for this area, in my personal opinion. So.
Thank you, Member Bloom.
I tend to agree, and great presentation. It's a cool business. It's a great thinking outside the box type of business. But with the history, and again, we're a recommending body. We continue to have a commercial overlay district on the books. If the village council thinks it's not worth having, get rid of it. If it's worth having, we got to apply it. And I think on this one, and again, it's your model. I'm not criticizing the model at all, but for this location, if the doors are locked, we are miles away from retail. We kind of contemplate setting aside the parking issues, which I think are there, and the chopping the block issues, which could be there as well. It's really like we want some sort of at least semblance of retail in the front. Like, that's kind of the compromise we've done in other places. And so it just doesn't seem to fit your model. I'd probably tend to be no, and again, I wish you the best of luck if it doesn't turn out. If it does, hey, I'm just one vote. But like, if it turns out other way, and if you could find something else, I hear maybe there's an old Charles Schwab opening coming up in the neighborhood. I don't know. But I think based on the factors before us, I'd be inclined to decline the request.
Thank you. Member Poor.
I too appreciate your presentation. It sounds like a great business, and but I agree with my colleagues, Mamie and Christopher, that it sounds like it's not consistent with our overlay district, which has been around since 1987, which is supposed to encourage retail to a certain extent and have special uses as exceptions. And the way this is unfolding with One Winnetka, I mean, this would, the ground floor could be all special uses. Then it's not so special, it's just regular uses at that point. And so I agree with what the two of them have said, is this really consistent with the overlay district's attempt to encourage retail? And I also share the concern about, is this going to create more of a parking problem and traffic problem in this particular location? There may be another good Winnetka or North Shore location that would be great, but is this the right fit for this particular location in this building? Given where we are with everything else that's gone in, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Layla, I'm like stuck over here. I don't vote on this. I'm a trustee there.
I can barely see your head.
I know, that's why before I was like yelling your name. There is a demographic that is chomping at the bit to have this. The 20-year-old girl, like they're all like dying for it. I do hope that you will look elsewhere if this doesn't work out, like the Charles Schwab opening or something like that. I am surprised the developer has made this whole building special use, and I'm surprised that they didn't come to explain why it's such a great idea. And I don't know whether that means the assumption is that just whatever is fine and they don't have to explain it, or if they didn't think it was going to work and just tossed. I don't know what it signifies that they didn't send anyone.
Yeah. Yes, they did not send anyone, which is, I think, a little odd in terms of what we're trying to do with this new business. So, thank you. Member Alt?
I will start by saying what you're hearing is that we want you in our community, and that there's going to be demand for it. My biggest question isn't that why does Solid Core want to come into the space? It is that the One Winnetka project has been an idea for over a decade, and there doesn't seem to be demand for a retailer to go into the space. Whether that is a truth or a question, I don't know. That's a question for the developer. And the retail landscape has obviously changed wildly in that decade. So is this type of business the type of, like, the modern, more modern usage of space? I mean, are retailers looking to come into that space? I think we all had this vision of 6 spaces that we could have 2 restaurants and 4 retail establishments, or even 2. Right now we have 0. Right? So we have Charles Schwab, that's in. There's the Octicular, did I say that right? Eye surgery, thank you. We have in the Ballyhoo restaurant, Anchor property, and then Fair, which is coming in, that will do gangbusters in this community, and I think that it would do gangbusters with the Solid Core people, and then a hearing aid store. So we've created a building, and I think, to me, this type of business is something that is attractive to the area, just for a large set of folks, and I think it would draw across all ages. My question is, what's modern retail look like?
But don't, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well,
Don't
it would be,
forget.
I would just like to say it would be nice if the developer was here to talk to us
That-
about
that's
whether
my
or not
biggest
they've
thing,
had
like,
retail
'cause
interests
is the
or have
question
tried
is the
actively to
question
get retail.
did Solid Core get in line at the right time, or is there no demand for retailers?
But
That's
we've
the real
had-
question.
We've had similar cases like this on Chestnut Street. We had again, it was a fitness place that wanted to go in where Bunny and Babe is now. And we turned them down. Bridget, yeah. And we ended
We
up
had
with-
Caldwell Banker that wanted to go into the
Yes.
Valentina spot as well.
Exactly.
Really?
And we ended up with two wonderful retail spaces that are in high demand with
Right.
everyone. I think it's just, maybe it's the it's hard to say. Maybe it's the developer not looking for these types of places.
As I look at how this building is shaping up, it's become, I think we envisioned it like initially as like encouraging foot traffic, like promoting foot traffic. People are going to walk down there, but really what's happening is we've got a cluster of a lot of good retail, like on that Chestnut area and in that corner, and that's all wonderful. We've got some retail across the street from One Winnetka, but One Winnetka has kind of now become like this destination for like when you have appointments, you go there. As opposed to like people are walking by and they're like, I love what's in that window, I want to go there. But if you think about it, on the other side of it is Hadley and then Holmes. So it's not really like, it's kind of at the end in the way of like what foot traffic would be. So I don't necessarily see a problem with having another kind of similarly structured, I mean, it's just what the building is. And yeah, I would love to see a ton of retail in there, but I love that it's all on Chestnut too. I can walk to like 5 different stores without getting too cold in this type of weather. But I think the business as it stands is great. I just think that I do also wish that there was more retail. I just think it's just not what this building is shaping up to be on like the street level.
But that's a question for us, which is that, we do need to look at what the standards are and whether or not we think that this particular, our judgment isn't like that's what the building's shaping up to be. It's, I think that.
help shape it?
Yeah, can we help shape? Can we have businesses that are conforming to what we're doing as opposed to a building that is full of nothing but special uses? As was pointed out by Member Poor, then it's irregular.
Yeah, without getting,
It's a
again,
regular-
nobody wants to regulate and approve this business and that business, and or I'm going to pick you up and place you here versus there. That's not interested at it at all.
No.
And we're not trying to say, believe me, we do not want to say no to businesses. But again, we have this on the books. There's some standards. This has had a huge project lifespan of it, and so I think it's hard. And like we don't know from the developer standpoint. Are they going to actively push to find that good retail, or are they going to take the next person in line and say, "Hey, I got a lease. Let's submit it." If they say no, big deal. I'll just keep trying. So it's kind of on us, and I don't love it, but it's kind of on us to force the issue a little bit at some point. And maybe that peters out and goes nowhere. I don't know, but it is an awkward tension of us trying to play SimCity, and we're not trying to do that and like drop people in particular places, but I do think it matters.
But does one retail meet that? Like, does that satisfy that need? Like, I guess I don't know what the minimum is. Like, is it even appealing if there's only one retail store? Because, like, let's say it's a women's clothing shop.
I think the ordinance is designed to at least minimally say yes or get something started, and like it's designed as protective, like. As you said, somebody said earlier with the prior case, like super, triple, exceptional or whatever, like it's set up that way where the default should be retail unless we can go at. And all of your things are larger, good, very good points and considerations, I think. It's here, and then it's also really the context of this building and the developer is what gets me. But I've said enough.
Thank you. Member Hank.
My initial thought was that obviously the concern about parking, because it'd be a good problem to have if all 16 people then doubled up and stayed downtown, but then that's like 32 cars potentially that are kind of vying for those same parking spots. But I do think of some of the special uses we've talked about, I could envision where people coming to this business would stick around and go to Hometown or go to Little Honeycomb or something like that afterward, like if it's a social experience to go with friends and get like a meal afterward or something, more so than the appointment at Charles Schwab or the hearing aid appointment, which might not encourage people to stay around. It's a different kind of thing that people go for. But that said, I mean, in a perfect world, something like this would be kind of just around the corner from the overlay district as opposed to right in it. And I don't know if that opportunity exists somewhere, but yeah, I do understand the concern of that, but it would be nice if this is, somewhere close to the area to support the local restaurants and things like that too. And to get people in from maybe adjacent communities that might spend some time and do some shopping and stuff.
Thank you. Member Radley.
So I was initially leaning towards being favorable and recommending approval on this, in part because I think that the comments that Jonathan made about the attack on retail are well founded, and I do think that the commercial overlay, as initially premised, it was in a totally different world that we don't live in now, and this idea that we're hanging on to retail at the cost of businesses is likely going to mean more storefronts open longer and longer stretches of time, which doesn't benefit anybody. I'm also sort of curious. This is so not up my alley, but I'm curious that we're like saying no to something that's going to be really cool to the younger generation that's not me, and just to hear the testimony that they can't get classes going fast enough. Like, it could be a great thing for the village that we have a solid core, as opposed to not in the inevitable waiting game until the owner brings us a nail salon or just fill in the blank thing that doesn't impress anywhere near as impressive as they are. I do have concerns about the locked door, and we have a lot of by appointment only businesses here, but usually we want to encourage the curious to come in and even if it's make an appointment or grab a marketing material or whatever minimum retail you're making available, even if it's a bottle of water, is able to be point of sale done. So I don't like the idea that it's barred, except for as people are coming out. But to have 17 or so people moving in and out of there on a 50-minute clip is enticing. But then it invokes the parking questions that you're talking about, because that's 50 minutes where cars are just there. And we've now got this sort of slippery slope problem. We see it in Hubbard Woods too, where it's like, well, there's the Hubbard Woods parking garage. They can park there. It's like, we're done. Like, we're done, right? There's no additional parking. And if the Ballyhoo restaurant is going to be anything like what the Ballyhoo restaurants have been in terms of success in drawing people into the village from other areas, parking is at a premium already. And so, that's not their fault, but we were a little too generous with, the first to come before us. And then eventually it's like, oh, you know what? We are this thing. And even the idea of like holding out for retail at this point, I'm almost like the cake is cooked. Like, It is special use building. Like if all of a sudden you put a Bunny and Babe in the middle of that thing, it's like Charles Schwab, get your eye surgery. Bunny and Babe, here's it just doesn't fit anymore. Like I think that the fantasy that this is going to be some Shoppers Row is it's gone. So to otherwise look unfavorably on a cool up and coming tenant. Gives me pause. I won't lie. If only in part because I don't quite know your story. Like I don't know how to say whether or not you're something cooler than we even know that we've got our hands on. So obviously that's where I was leaning, but my vote I think is not going to carry the day here. So we're just a recommending body. I hope you know that this is by no means the end of the road, and Village Council might have entirely different ideas on what should or shouldn't be in that building. So don't give up on us, I'll say that.
And there are other spaces, like there is the other Charles Schwab space that is going to be empty.
Yeah, so what I want to say, and where I'm sort of coming down on this is, I think that your business is probably fantastic, and I take advantage of a lot of the fitness facilities in this town. I enjoy them. I go in for my class. I get in, I get out, I go home, and I go to work. That's the reality. Sadly, I am not the person stopping for coffee and breakfast. So I think that the idea of drawing people into the village for this business is fantastic. And if we were looking at, even in this general area, a different space, I would feel really differently about this. I think that this project has been something that has been sort of in the eyes of the village and in the eyes of the community, something that is going to be really fantastic. And if we talk about the standards, yes, 5 and 7 are ones that I'm concerned with. I am actually concerned with parking, because right now, we've got the post office at the end now. You cannot get parking. We're double dipping into the parking in this building, which was the hope that it was going to open up space for people. But I am also concerned with, by putting all of these special uses in, if we are talking about encouraging, and I don't think that it has to be Bunny and Babe or Valentina, or I think that there are some other really cool retail concepts that happen that are evolved. But, trying to have any kind of pedestrian nature in the area, similar to retail. It's not saying it has to be retail. I'm just not seeing that happening. And I think that it's unfortunate, and to a certain extent, there's been a disservice to you, to us, to the building, to have nothing but special uses being put before us, especially when we sort of explicitly said at the beginning, we're grandfathering into special use. If you were on the end space right next to Hadley, that would be awesome. That's not what we're looking at right now. And again, and even in this area further down by the post office, further down sort of out of what the prime walking area is. But I think that if we do accept the premise that this is just going to be nothing but a special use building, we are effectively killing any type of pedestrian nature to this area. Because let's also remember that as great as Ballyhoo is, most of their restaurants don't open until 4 p.m. So that's not even, truthfully, like during the course of the day when other businesses in that area are open, it's not even going to be open. So, we are killing that off as any type of vibrant space, which is something in our comprehensive plan that we talked a lot about, which is creating vibrancy in this area. This is going to be a dead building. It's going to be a beautiful, big, dead building, is my concern. So, again, I think that your business is probably fantastic and amazing, and I would love to have you in the village. I would love for you to tell us that you're going to look at other property in the village. This is not an issue of, we don't want you here, we think we have too many fitness facilities, whatever it is. I think that it really sort of comes down to the space that we're looking at right now for me, and what the conditions are that we're evaluating in this particular space and whether or not this application meets those. So I am a no. Which
Can I
I think
add one
actually,
last quick thing? And I respect every single thing that you said and that everyone has said here. I just want one little consideration. If we could have gone back in time and it was Charles Schwab, it was the Ballyhoo, it was Fair, it was 2 retailers, and then this business, would we say yes? Just something to consider.
Thought experiment.
but it's not. It's unfortunately the situation.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and it's a great thought. At the risk of being over-textual, I think if you come back to this, a lot of these factors look at the vicinity, and we're kind of dealt a hand, fortunately, that we have right now. But I hear you. I mean, again, like this, I don't know, shoulda, woulda, coulda, different things, different people coming forward. I don't know.
I know which way the vote's going. I would just say the net effect of like the activity zone, they're providing that. They're just not providing the retail that associates or that you would normally contemplate with that vitality. But in every other way, all they really are is a victim of time. Because if they had come to us with a space before some of the other special uses had now stacked into this building, I think there'd be potentially more favorable eyes on this. But like what they're bringing is the very vitality that you're saying retail brings. It's just that they're not bringing retail with it.
They become the buzz. That's the energy of the building. Because from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., that building is jamming.
You really think people are going to be working out in Winnetka at 11 p.m.?
I do. I absolutely do. And if it's not Winnetka people, it's the Northwestern kids that get to go 12 minutes up the road instead of 45 minutes to Buffalo Grove. And those Northwestern kids also bring their parents, their like people that visit. I think it becomes a buzzing. It is the buzz of the building that I think we're talking about. It's just not what we have in our heads as proper retail, because it's not proper retail. And my biggest concern is the noise, right? And we know where this vote's going, but like, if they were to, there would have to be all sorts of like things baked in terms of like, it has to be soundproof, right? Or then the owner of the building, then he's going to get like, that the owners of the building, what is the people what's tenant 204 going to say that they bought the place for whatever they bought it for, and they can hear it and they're woken up at 6 a.m. every day? Pardon me, I'm done.
So actually, as I'm counting, I'm not sure where. I'm sure where this side of the room is. I'm not quite sure where this side of the room is. I'm not sure where we're breaking and if we're even.
I support this. I think it's a mixed-use building. It meets the standards in terms of, it's not high occupancy. It's not going to be, a nuisance in some way. It's not going to be have a consistent turnover. I think it's not perfect, but I like the analogy. The cake is kind of already, baked. I would love for there to have been a lot of retail, but there's not. And denying this doesn't mean that retail will suddenly appear, because I also wonder how appealing it will be. Because as the way that I'm looking at what one Winnetka looks like on a street level, again, it's like a destination. I have an appointment there. I'm going to go there. I'm going to talk to my advisor and get my eyelids done or something. So we've said that's where it is. I agree that yes, we envision something different, but this is kind of where we are, and I don't see a reason to deny what will likely be a, profitable and functional business that will contribute and that people will be excited about. So I support it.
Member Inc.
I definitely see both sides to the conversation on this. I think from the challenges of retail and running a small business like that, I think are a deterrent to some small like retail stores opening. I think from a numbers standpoint, the idea of having if you think of that many hours throughout the day and times 16 people, a small retail store might get a handful of people in every day, and then those people might, go to other adjacent stores. But if you're looking at those numbers, that's like, 200 people per day that'd be coming to that area. And I think that the benefit of the adjacent buildings, especially, or adjacent businesses, could be, in my perspective, I would think that there's a potential that a lot of those people would get coffee or something afterward. And also, as a dog walker late at night, downtown's really dead after like 8. So the fact that there'd be some people around, from the hours after that point, I think is not a bad thing. Will that encourage other businesses to stay open later? I don't know, but I think that the potential of having a vibrant business that would bring in a lot of people into downtown that might not otherwise be there, I think is good for the adjacent businesses. I wish that from an architectural perspective that it wasn't so dead from the front, because if you look at the plans, it's like a dead wall of the bathrooms. So I would hope that there could be some re-envisioning of that, but I think that that the fact that it would get a lot of people to the downtown is good.
So it looks to me like we're split, which does not happen very often.
Wait, are you in support? Oh, I'm in support. You are? I am.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought that was 3 hours ago.
That was timeless.
That was 3 hours
Yeah, I think everybody's just tired at this point. So everything comes across as rage and anger.
So we're
We're 4 and 4.
4 and 4?
Yeah. We sure are.
I did it last time. The other risk here, though, it's hard to predict. It really is, and this is not a slight to you, because I don't necessarily think it's going this way, but this could also turn into especially you saying you're in and out, because that's just the nature of it. I got kids, I'm in, I do my thing, I'm out. This could turn into a Planet Fitness concept. The door's locked, in, out, class, bye. Like, maybe I get a cup of coffee. I don't know that it's going to be staffed, again, all day. And the parking, if there was an inclination to move forward, and I am still a no, I think it would have to be conditioned heavy or see additional stuff on acoustics, parking, and really verifiable that it can handle it. And Matt, you said this before. It's actually a good problem, right? Foot traffic is a good problem to be busy. It is, to an extent. But if we're trying to elevate this other thing and we have 16 or overlap spaces, I come back to the developer really the service of like trying to like get all this stuff in here.
Let me say from the positive side, first of all, I think what we're signaling to the village council is like, this was not an easy one, and it's unfortunate that we send it up that way because, they sort of would like a cleaner, I would think, right, Bridget? It's all helpful. Yeah, but I mean, she's here, she's heard the dialogue. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a tough one. I can even say, in not just to expedite our getting to a vote, but I don't necessarily believe that the standards are fully met as it relates to the parking, and I have concerns about standard 1 and 2 from the injurious use, given this particular use invokes decibels and bumping music at strange hours where, I think the applicant has even expressed some interest or want to shore up that peg of the standards, which I can easily just say, I'm not of the mind that it's been satisfied just of yet. So for expediency's sake, which I don't think negatively affects their path forward, I can get myself to vote against, knowing that it's going up on the thinnest of margins, and village council will take that under advisement.
Yes, so we are an advisory body. This will go up to council. The whole conversation they will get all of this. And know, again, that we would love to have your business somewhere else in the village, the 5 of us. So just know that. So, all right.
Don't let me make the motion. How about
Yes, so do we have a motion?
Make a motion to deny the application.
Recommend.
Or recommend
Denial.
Recommend denial, yes.
Yes, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Member Poor?
Yes.
Member Bloom?
Yes.
Member Case? Member Alt?
No.
Member Van Vleck?
No.
Member Ank?
No.
Member Bradley?
Yes.
And Chair Danley?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Yes, thank you, and again, thank you for being here into the late hours of the evening with us, and staff will give you more information on next steps. So we do have new business, which is just a quorum check for the February 25th regular meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Power tripping.
Look, I got an email from my boss while I was sitting here, like, are you getting that document to me? So, trust me. Maybe not. So, so for February 25th, I will be here. We have not dismissed, my friends.
Currently, no. Could change. Currently, I won't be here.
Member Poor, quorum check. February 25th. Yes.
I'm a no.
Member Van Vleck.
Yes, sorry.
Member
Keep in mind, the next meeting is when we're supposed to authenticate, or the findings of fact on the beach and the vote on that.
Yes.
So you need to make sure that we have we just got to make sure we have a quorum to vote on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be here.
Need to find out where Cyrus is.
Wait, who all was not here? You're not here. You're not here. You're not here.
Yeah, I'm not here.
Yes.
Two no's, Alt and Bloom. The rest are yeses, so we have a quorum.
Oh, yeah, and Cyrus isn't here.
Right.
Okay. All right, then do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, when you say it like that, 11:10. It's this upcoming Monday?
Yeah.
Was there did you send out an email and they didn't respond? Second? Yeah, I didn't have, is it, we have a, for that?
Not full. I mean, 2 demo permits, one of which